Ask any motor racing enthusiast what the month of May means, and they will most likely respond with one word: Indianapolis. The 500-mile race is quite simply one of the most storied events in the history of motor racing. It's a race steeped in history and tradition, giving us amazing finishes, but also amazing moments, such as Ralph De Palma pushing his car to the finish line, or Jules Gou consuming bottle after bottle of champagne on his way to victory. Indeed, this is a race that is as much about the people as it is about the machinery. Today's task might seem quite simple on the surface. Drive 4 laps, 10 miles, as fast as you can. But on a circuit like Indianapolis, the difference between success and failure can sometimes be measured in inches, or in our case, pixels. In just the blink of an eye, a stellar drive can turn into an absolute wreck. Today, many burning questions of the past 2 weeks will finally be answered. Will the Chevrolet engine sweep the front row like it did in 1988? Or will the Cosworth engine prove to be a better match in a sim racing environment? Will a passenger car engine with 10 extra inches of manifold pressure spring a pole position surprise? Or will the Porsche and Judd efforts finally get on equal footing with the other teams? And then there's the question of chassis. Will the PC-17 prove to be the indomitable force that it was back then? Or will the Lola and March customer chassis have strength in numbers? At the end of this day, one thing is for certain. 33 drivers will have been selected, and some will be on the outside looking in. Sam Posey qualified in 1973, but was then bumped from the field by George Snyder. Johnny Parsons Jr. tried many years to get into the 500 field, but all too often he found himself just short of that goal when the gun was sounded at 6 o'clock. Even a 2-time winner like Gordon Johncock is not immune from the bumping phenomenon. He qualified this car in 1988, only to be sent packing by sprint car legend Rich Vogler. And Gary Bettenhausen, a man who by all rights should have won the 1972 race, would have to sit out in 1988 when he just could not get up to speed. It's a qualifying process unique in the world of motorsports. No other circuit tests its drivers in this fashion. And today, HSO recreates this time-honored process in preparation for our 500-mile classic in 7 days' time. In just a few hours, one name will stand on top as the pole winner of this race. The other 32 will be chasing that name on race day. Historic Sim Racing Organization proudly presents the 1988 Indianapolis 500 Time Trials. I am Jason White. I'm your commentator. The big day has finally arrived. I am joined in the booth by Jonatan Acerclinth. Jonathan, how are you?
I'm pretty good, Jason, and really looking forward to tonight. Should be really interesting and a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think, this is something that we've been building towards for a long, long time. Qualifying in Indianapolis is always a big, big, big event, and we're doing our very best here at HSO to make it as authentic as is humanly possible. We still have about, less than a half an hour before qualifying begins. So people are out on the track right now going through their final setups and making sure that they have the car set up properly. You're going to be actually qualifying for Carol Markinizm today, aren't you?
Yeah, that's the idea at least. At least the idea is to try and get the car on the grid. I'm not sure I will be able to do so, but it looks like I'm somewhat on the pace.
Well, taking a look at the actual qualifying schedule, we're in for a real exciting schedule today because we've got a lot of really heavy hitters coming early in the name of Jari Brubacher. He's the first one out of the box with a Penske, and we got David Saber with the March Chevy of Allister Jr., and we've got two more Penskes, Alberto and Mikael Drexler. So these are guys that could potentially be on the front row. So we have a lot of really fast drivers coming up quickly here. And then later on in the schedule, like when you get down past the 15-minute break, there's a lot of cars that are older cars that are going to need to be run at the absolute limit in order to make the race. So the action early on is going to be speed. The action later on might be more in the carnage category. We'll have to wait and see.
It'll certainly prove which of the drivers has done the most practice and has got their cars settled.
It'll be clear. But the other thing that's unique about this process is that you have to be on time, and that was the way it was, and it's the way it is now. I mean, you're in a qualifying order. The clerk of the course calls for you, or Tom Binford, whoever it was at the time, and it's your time to qualify. So it's not a matter of just setting the time whenever you feel like it. So, those of you who, I mean, this is no surprise to anybody, but this is the track map, 2.5 miles around. It's supposed to be an oval, but really it's a round-off rectangle. 45-second lap equals 200 miles per hour for an average speed, and that will be definitely really eclipsed today. When you get into the 41-second bracket, those are cars that could probably sit in the first 3 rows. If you're getting down into the 40-second bracket, you're looking at really quick speeds, like 219, 220. But we're going to be giving you the qualifying speeds as we go, and those of you who are looking on the forum, in the thread where we have official timing and scoring, there's a link there, and there's a Google document that will be updated in real time. So you'll be able to see who is in what position if you sort it on the right-hand side where it says 4-lap qualifying average. So everybody will be able to keep track of it, and it'll be much easier for us, the admins, to keep track of as well. As far as the rules go, let's go over the rules real quickly of time trials. A qualifying run consists of 1 warm-up lap followed by 4 timed laps. The total time of the 4 laps will be each driver's qualifying time, and that will be converted to miles per hour for qualifying speed. Each car will be allowed a maximum of 3 qualifying attempts, and that's a critical point right there, Jonathan, because it's the car that qualifies, not the driver, which is what enables...
Indeed, and
that's what enables you to qualify a car for somebody else. And then basically they can step into it. The only catch is they have to start last. In the case of an accident or a blown engine or wave off, the driver in question will be charged 1 attempt and moved to the end of the line, and the next driver scheduled will attempt to qualify. In the case of a late arrival or no-show, the driver in question will be moved to the end of the line but not charged 1 attempt. Hopefully we won't see much of that today. If a driver waves off their attempt because they think it's too slow, 1 attempt will be charged to the car. I doubt we'll be seeing a lot of that, frankly, because there's not a lot of time left at the end of the session for second runs. I think most people will probably drive within themselves, or hopefully drive within themselves, and take the run, you would think. I mean, in real life, Indy qualifying usually took place over several days because of weather and a variety of reasons, but we're going to get it all into one day here. Once a car's time has been completed, that's their qualifying time for the 33-car grid. If the car is bumped out of the field, you can get back in line and attempt to qualify again. And at 0-100 hours and 15 minutes, we will sound the gun, and that will be the end of our qualifying session, the 15 minutes extra accounting for the break that we will take in between. So, clear as mud? Byzantine,
yeah, so.
Byzantine as physically possible. So what are you looking to see today in qualifying?
Well, first and foremost, if I can get the car onto the grid. Other than that, probably if Jari Brubacher, who is currently running high 40-second laps, will be able to take pole with that, or if someone will be able to eclipse him.
My personal feeling is that I think most people, we did a poll on Facebook earlier, and I think a lot of people are expecting that it will be probably Alberto taking the pole, because he's a guy who's very smooth and very clean and may rise to the occasion. I would not be at all surprised if we have an all-Penske front row like there was in 1988. I would not be surprised in the least. And that's something that we love to do here at HSO. We love to replicate history. So we'll be replicating it as closely as possible. I don't know if we'll get them in the order that they were, which was Mears, Sullivan, and Unser Sr. on the front row in '88, but we'll see. Let's see, what else can we go over? I've got a bunch of graphics prepared here. Oh yes, past winners of the HSO Indianapolis 500. The first year that we ran our own 500 was in 2009, and that and 2010 were both won by Richard Bouchard of France, and that was with the 1960 mod. From 2011 to 2013, no race was held. 2014, J.P. Camacho won with the 1960 mod. Richard Coxon won in 2015, the first year we used the 1973 mod, and last year Peter Blom of the Netherlands won in Graham McRae's STP Eagle. So that's a quick look at who has won this race over the years. And Jonathan, last year you were driving the much maligned Kenyan Coyote.
Yeah.
And that car is... Go ahead, sorry.
The car itself handled nicely. It's just that it lacked both power and general downforce. So.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah, but I mean, it was easy to drive, maybe I should say. Unfortunately for me, a lapping went a little bit wrong. I bent the rear left a little bit, and when I came into the next corner, the car snapped on me. That was it for me.
Well, in any case, one thing that everybody will notice, those of you that are familiar with the 73 mod, is that in that series, all cars were equally hairy to drive regardless of whether they were quick or not. The cars that are at the head of the field, the Penske's and Lolas, when they're set up properly, they're not too crazy to drive, but the cars that are older are and not as quick can actually be quite a handful if you're trying to drive them quickly. So that's why I'm saying, like, going into the second half of qualifying later today, it could turn out to be quite crazy. We'll have to wait and see.
It could also be noted that the Marches needs a very specific ride height to get the best out of the car.
Yes.
It'll be easy to see if someone hasn't quite got that down pat. With either lack of speed or them going off the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite possibly. Let's see. As far as the schedule goes at HSO, of course, next week, Sunday, is the Indianapolis 500 for us. At 2000 hours, festivities get underway. We're going to probably be starting early, though, to practice the 3 wide starts, because we want to make sure we get that absolutely right. And coming up the Wednesday after that, in the wake of all the Indy hoopla, we go back to touring car racing with Jonatan as your guide. The BARC Motorsport Weekend at Oulton Park, I believe. Round 10 of that series.
That is correct.
Coverage of that will begin on Wednesday, May 24th. So people
that's
are
around... That's around 130 hours.
So people are still...
Apologies.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, but just wanted to apologize cutting you off.
So people are out on the circuit right now practicing. Actually, Pascal Michellet here we just picked up, so let's take a look from his point of view at a lap of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He crosses the start-finish line into turn 1. It's like driving into a dark alley because you have grandstands on both sides, and it psychologically is very different. Turn 2 is much more wide open. Then you head down the long back straightaway. Heading into turn 3, Jonathan, is very different from turn 1 because psychologically, it's like I said, totally different.
Yeah, it's also very different to pick out your turning point exactly. Several times I've turned in either too early or too late and had big issues there.
Alright, so here comes Pascal down the front straight. And you can see there's a gantry on the right-hand side, the pylon. You can see just how closed in and claustrophobic it feels as it goes into turn 1.
And a big moment there.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're probably going to be seeing from a lot of the older marches in this series, because in this particular qualifying session, because you have to set them up very loose to get them to turn into the corner properly. And watch again here as he comes off of turn 3 into the short shoe. Yeah, the back end is really wanting to come around to the front, and he's having to really wrestle with it. Oh goodness! Well, he broke the suspension there, so good thing that was in practice and not in qualifying.
Very much so. What happened there was that he hit the apron, and that lost him all the downforce he had from the underbody.
That's the other thing that I think some people have been surprised about with these cars, is that they depend a great deal on the ground effects underneath. I mean, in the 73 cars, they didn't have any ground effects at all. They were flat-bottomed cars. You look at the specs, you have these Venturi tunnels. Well, you can't really see them from these specs, but those provide a great deal of the downforce, especially on a high-speed track like this. It's not only it's only when you get to tracks like Milwaukee, ovals like that, where the wings become more a part of the downforce, and the Venturi tunnels are less part of it. But as soon as that air gets disturbed underneath by the slightest thing, yeah, you're going for a ride. So that's something that people are going to have to be very careful about. For example, they can't touch the wall, especially on the front straight, or bad stuff will happen. We're watching Juha Boss right now on the circuit, and he's driving the Porsche entry. It'll be interesting to see how he does. Historically, the Porsche was not the quickest car in 1988, at least in Indy. But in the hands of Juha, we'll see if it does any better. Oh, goodness! Oh, no! Oh, man!
Really good job there, keeping it off the wall.
Doing a Danny Sullivan impression there. He didn't hit anything.
Yeah, I was going to say then that he's setting a really good pace in that Porsche. I mean, that's probably as quick as that car can go.
Yeah, I would say so. The other thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on today, the other engine that's going to be of interest, and I am completely biased when I point this out, is the Buick engine. The Indy V6, which is a passenger car-based stock block engine. It's allowed 10 extra inches of manifold pressure, more horsepower than the thoroughbred engines, but it's considered unreliable. But it's a kind of a sentimental favorite in Indianapolis, because it's kind of the underdog. So I'm driving one of those, so's David Jaques and Raul Yareb and Bruno Coxon, and I'm forgetting one other person, I think. But I think there's, or that may be it. I think there's 4 Buicks. So we'll see how we do. I don't think we're going to contend for the pole this time, but the Penske's are too strong. But I do believe that on race day we might do a little better. We're just going to have to make sure we run the... there's one of the Buicks right now on the course. That's Raul Yareb driving number 15, the Mack Tools car. And the Buick engine produces its horsepower in a very different way than the thoroughbreds do. Whereas the thoroughbreds make their peak power at around 11,000 RPM, the Buick is making its peak performance at around, say, 8,000 or 9,000, which would account for the very low pitch that you hear when it's going by. I remember when it's very torquey as well. Yes.
So you need to be a bit careful.
Yeah, that's the other thing. When we have pit stops during the race, we're going to have to be really careful with this engine, because there's 2 valves per cylinder instead of 4, and it does kick almost like an Offenhauser from the 70s. And if you're not careful, you can if you're not careful, you can over rev the thing, and And with an engine that's as delicate as the Buick, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I was talking with David Jaques earlier, and he was really worried about that particular side of the car.
On board now with Raul Yareb driving Jim Crawford's car, and you can hear that low pitch of the engine as he's coming up to speed. The thing that really impresses me about, or it made a big impression on me when I was a kid, going to Michigan International Speedway, because there was always like one Buick or two Buicks that ran the Michigan 500 when I was a kid, and you'd have all these thoroughbred engines coming by going, and then here comes the Buick. So it was very, and I always rooted for them because they were, you know, they hardly ever finished the race. The best finish by a Buick engine in the Indianapolis 500 was third in 1992 by Al Unser Sr., driving in place of Nelson Piquet, who had been injured that month. I wonder what Piquet's reaction to that engine was when he came over to drive it. He must have been like, what is this?
What have I gotten myself into here?
Well, you know what the really cool thing was, and I've read a couple of things about it, is that when he joined the Menard team in '92, the guy who really helped him get up to speed was Gary Bettenhouse, and you couldn't pick two racers that were more different from each other, but they apparently got on really, really well. It's pretty cool. Indy, in a lot of ways, is a melting pot. You have drivers from all different disciplines coming together in one place. Maybe not so much now, but at certain times in the 80s and 90s, things like that.
And also in the 60s.
Yeah, in the 60s too. We've mentioned it before that the 500 paid a great deal of money just to even start 33rd. And that was part of the reason why a lot of European drivers were drawn there in the 60s, because they didn't make enough money with their activities in Europe. Man, Raul's like painting the wall here. Like, oh goodness, don't hit the attenuated pit wall. Well, good thing people are getting these out of the way now, right?
Definitely.
The other
Don't
thing
want
about
to have that.
the other thing about the Buick that it reminds me of is there were cars in the 60s and the 50s with engines called a Novi. Big giant engine, made lots of noise. It was a real crowd pleaser. It never won the race, but everyone liked it. Simply because it was just like a crowd pleaser, and people wanted it to win. It never actually won the race, but people enjoyed it. I think that's the Buick is kind of in the same vein.
It sounds very similar, at least.
Yeah. All right, so we got about 7 minutes to go here in the. I believe it's a good opportunity now, because we do have a piece of business to take care of here.
And an important business as well.
Yes, very important. Whoa, man. So we're going to get everybody a chance to get off the circuit. Through here and make sure.
Everyone is off track.
Okay, good. So, as many of you know, our good friend Bob Wilson passed away recently at the age of 78. And he was supposed to be in this race. And unfortunately, he won't be. So in his honor, we're having a lap of honor completed here by Richard Coxon. And we'd ask you all to join us in a moment of silence to remember Bob. Bob Wilson is survived by his wife, Barry Lynn. And Barry, if you're watching, we're thinking of you. And we miss Bob very much. I know you do too. And we're hopeful that you can start a new chapter in your life very soon. So thanks everybody for that. It was we really wanted to do this for Bob because we have a great deal of respect for him. He was a really great part of the of HSO and a genuinely great human being. Anything you'd like to add to that, Jonathan?
He only that he was always very. I didn't meet him very often, but I met him for the Gold Star event, running the 60s cars last year, and chatted with him a little bit on the server and drove a little bit with him. And, very helpful, very kind, and just a fantastic human being.
Yeah. It's funny too. I really was looking forward to him competing in this race. His last HSO start was at Phoenix, where he finished 12th. He had many excellent races last year. In particular, one that occurs to me is Ontario. In one of the heats that he, I think it was one of the qualifying heats, he did a really, really excellent job. Finished 6th. And this was the car that he was going to be driving today in attempting to qualify. And out of respect for him, this car will not be driven this month. It will not appear in the race. And we'll take care of allocating it to somebody else afterwards. But not now. All right, so we have a minute to go now. Until, oh, that's a nice touch. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what.
Mm-hmm. Bob, if you're watching, we miss you a great deal. And Barry Lynn, if you're watching, we are with you. We're thinking about you, and we want you to know that Bob meant a great deal to all of us, and I know that he was tickled pink that he could have that kind of friendship all over the world, enabled by, you know, being in our group, which was fantastic, and we got a great deal out of being his friend. All right, so now to the task at hand. I'm going to check a couple of things here. We've got volume, we've got sound, and in just a moment we will be going to qualifying. All right, so we're waiting for the track to be officially open for qualifications. First one to attempt to qualify will be Jari Brupaker. He's moving away from the garage now, so we're going to be hearing Tom Carnegie's voice in a moment. Officially opening qualifications.
Your attention, please. The track is open for qualification.
Our first qualifier today, Jari Brupaker of Switzerland. He's driving a Penske PC-17 Chevrolet, the car that was driven by Alan Sr. in 1988. Pretty car, Jonathan.
It's a pretty car, and was, from what I've heard and seen, a fantastic car to drive.
Yes, so
Really well engineered.
coming off of the fourth turn now, here comes Jari, and this will be the green flag. And he's on it. Jari Brupaker, starting lap number 1 in the Hertz Penske, keeping the car above the line, heading into turn 2. Form looks really good. Jari was kind of a question mark for us because we wondered, you know, at least we weren't aware of how much time he had spent in the server. It didn't seem like he had spent a lot. So it'll be interesting to see what time he produces here. Coming off of the fourth turn now, so we're about to see the first completed lap in qualifying. There it is.
A 40.899.
Wow, that's an excellent opening lap. And the speed average for that lap, 220.054 miles per hour. Excellent opening lap.
That is scintillating pace, that.
Yeah, scintillating is an excellent descriptor. Into turn 3 now. He has an excellent line there. He's coming right down to the edge. There he goes again, right down to the white line. Some people are putting their tire in between the white and yellow lines. Here he comes down to complete lap number 2. We'll see if this is even faster. And it is.
40.8, yep.
It is just by a little bit, 40.891. And the speed average for that lap, 220.097. He's averaging 220.076 miles per hour for the 2 laps. You can't get much more consistent than that. We're looking at a front row contender here in the person of Jari Brupaker coming off of turn 4. He's going to get the white flag now. We'll see what his third
Look
lap.
out. We'll need to look out for his last lap. He had a moment between 3 and 4.
All right, lap. This is the fastest one yet, 40.857. Speed average of 220.280. He's averaging for the 3 laps 220.144 miles per hour. He's on his final lap.
Let's see if he can keep it up for the last 2. No moment that time. I think he's home good.
I'm really surprised that that moment didn't cost him, but look at how smooth he is coming off the corner, coming down to take the checkered flag to finish his run. 40.861, just a tad slower, but those are 4 just fantastic laps. That last lap speed came in at 220.259 miles per hour. The 4-lap qualifying average for Jari, 220.173 miles per hour. Excellent, excellent run. Fantastic.
People would definitely have to work to beat that.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
That is...
So for the moment, he is the pole sitter. He has the fastest time set so far. He's the only one who's set a time so far. So, currently the pole winner, or the pole position, is held by
User
Jari
joined
Bravano.
your channel.
And we have someone in the booth now. Who do we have joining us?
Richard.
Oh, hey. Richard, thank you for assisting us in the pre-race ceremonies. We really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure and my honour.
Let's see, David Saber is next up, coming out to turn 4 now.
So he's taking his...
Ooh, cutting it really fine.
There
He
he
almost
is.
did. He almost did what we saw. I think it was Juha Boos in the Porsche engine. March did earlier. Hit the apron and almost went into the wall.
So he comes off the turn. He should be taking the green now, or has he already taken the green?
He has taken the green.
Oh,
This
he
is
has.
his first time.
This is the first lap. Okay. Coming to the line. 41.644. And the speed average, 216.118 miles per hour.
Very impressive for that chassis.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good. I mean, the March is... it's a better super speedway car. There you saw it right there. He was putting his wheel right between the white and yellow line. Well, not so much that time, but he was in turn 3. Coming off the corner now. Here is lap 2 result. We'll see what this is. 41.438, even faster. And the speed average, 217.192 miles per hour. He's averaging 216.653 miles per hour. How's he looking to you, Richard? Oh, goodness. He missed his apex going into that corner there. That's going to cost him dearly. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, but it looked like he kept the speed up pretty well, though.
Yeah, but that could have killed his momentum going through the short chute. We'll have to see when he comes across the line now. Actually, no, he still did really well. 41.477.
He clearly has the ride height really well set because he
Yeah.
can run that high line and keep the speed up.
That's 216.988 miles per hour. He's averaging 216.765. So he's on his final lap. We'll see what happens here. It looks like he's going to be in the middle of the front row for now. Coming off of the 4th turn to take the checkered flag. 41.476. That's a 216.993 mile per hour lap. And his 4-lap qualifying average is 216.822 miles per hour. So that puts David Saber into the middle of row number 1.
And those were some very nice, consistent laps. The last 3 he did. He was, unfortunately for him, a bit slower on the first one.
Yeah, but that's still a really solid time. Yves Placé is on the track now in the number 1 Lola, or actually it's number 4 in this race. Normally this car is numbered 1, but because Indianapolis puts the number 1 in the car that won the race last year, i.e. Jari Brupaker's number 1 because Alex is Senior 1, this car carries number 4 for this race. And this is the Judd power plant, an engine that purportedly has a lot of fuel economy advantage, and it's a lighter engine than the Cosworth and the Chevrolet. But I think Yves will probably be content to get this car into the field and hope that tactics do well with him for him on race day. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that sounds about right, considering he's down a bit on horsepower. But Yves has always been a good racer, and we could see that early on at Phoenix and also at Long Beach. He finished in top 6, I think, 6th or 7th in Long Beach, only due to a small mistake on his own.
Lap 1 comes in at 42.592. The speed is 211.307 miles per hour. That's going to be good enough to get him into the field, no problem. I think the people who are going to be in the danger zone are going to be the people qualifying at like 205, 206. Those are the people who are probably going to find themselves sweating bullets when we get close to 6 o'clock. Yves coming off of turn number 4, looking very smooth. Yves is a smooth driver in general. Coming down to the line, we'll see what his speed is. Slightly faster, 42.553. And the average speed, 211.404 miles per hour. He's averaging, or I'm sorry, 211.5 miles per hour. He's averaging for the 2 laps, 211.404. So very consistent.
Yep, very impressive though.
We're riding on board with Yves now, and you can hear that very distinctive, raspy, kind of angry sound of the Judd. Different from the sound that you hear from the Cosworth. This one's even faster too, 42.526. 211.635 miles an hour. He's averaging 211.481 for the 3 laps. He's on his final lap. Going through the chute now, into turn 4, looking very smooth. The Budweiser True Sports team. Heading for the line now, 42.497, his best lap. And that's 211.77, actually 780 miles per hour. His 4-lap qualifying average is 211.556 miles per hour. So the front row right now consists of Jari Brupaker on the pole, David Saber in second, and Yves Placé on the outside of the front row. So we have 3 qualifiers so far.
And as we could see, sorry, go ahead.
Next up will be Alberto Ibanez. He's already on the track. Now this could be a pole position contender right here. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I was going to say that as we could see when Yves drove, he had no moments whatsoever, just floated around the track without issues, and that's what makes him such a good driver, both on oval and road courses.
Okay, Alberto
now starts his lap.
Alberto has taken the green flag, and those of you who are Indy historians will know that this is the car that not only sat in the pole but won the race in the hands of Rick Rayvon Mears of Bakersfield, California. Alberto is really happy to be driving this car. He's a student of the history of IndyCar racing. Looks like his car is actually quite loose right now. coming off the fourth turn. Well, he looked really stable coming off that fourth turn. Let's see what the time is. Get ready to be amazed. 40.997. So it's actually a little slower than Jari for his opening lap. 219.528 miles per hour.
Could be that his tires didn't quite come up to temperature as quickly as Jari's did, and that's why he was a bit slower.
Looking at his trap speed down the back straightaway, he peaks at 226 miles per hour at the end of the back straightaway. And you can look at those RPMs, 11.6, 11.5, 11.4 going through the turn, but this Chevy engine certainly turns a lot more speed, or a lot more engine speed. Lap 2 comes in a little bit faster, 40.898. And that is an average speed of 220.05, or actually 060 miles per hour. He is now averaging for the 2 laps 219.793. So not quick enough yet to knock Jari off the pole. But he still has 2 laps to go. We'll see what happens. He took a very high entry into turn 3 there.
Yeah, but he got a good fourth turn here. Really nice line.
Yeah, let's see what happens as he comes off the to hit the line this time. 40.883. So pretty much almost the same time from the last lap. 220.140 miles per hour. His average 219.909. So he's got to have a really scintillating lap here if he wants to knock Jari off the pole. It's going to be close.
Is that a good? Yeah, but he's had 2-3 good corners here, so it's still possible.
All right, so this will tell the tale here. Coming off of turn 4, can Alberto knock Jari Brubacher, his teammate, off the pole? We'll find out just now. 40.829. Wow. And that's 220. Oh, just short. 220.432 miles per hour, and that gives him an average 4-lap average of 220.039 miles per hour. So he's in the middle of row 1. So Jari Brubacher stays on the pole. So we have 4 qualified. Jari is on the pole. Alberto is second. David Saber third. And on the inside of row 2 is Yves Placé at this point.
He definitely gave his best on that last lap. That was close to a perfect lap.
Next car on the track is Peter Blom. He took over the spot that was supposed to be for Alan Forrester. And he's driving a March Cosworth, same chassis that David Saber drove in earlier.
And is, as we mentioned before the quali run started, a former winner of this race.
Yes, he is the defending champion of this race, but with a completely different mod. So we'll have to see how things go. Now in the back straightaway.
Nice first 2 turns.
Yeah. This car was driven by Howdy Holmes in 1988, a native of Ann Arbor, Michigan, not far from where I live. And the car is sponsored by his family's company, Jiffy Cake Mixes.
I'm not sure about the sponsor, but the car is really nicely turned out.
Looks smooth. 42.013. And the speed average, 214.219 miles per hour for Peter Blom's opening lap.
Hey, wake up.
Cutting it a bit fine.
Yes. I've just been reminded by Richard Wilkes that it's a Chevy that David's driving. It's only the chassis that's the same in this case. Second lap coming in now. Faster still, 41.951.
And it's in the engine at the close to half a second that Peter is lacking compared to David.
That's a lap of 214.536 miles an hour. He's averaging 214.378 miles per hour. Coming off the fourth turn to complete his third lap, he'll take the white flag. And we'll see how it turns out this time. 41.954, just slightly slower, but very consistent. 214.5221 miles an hour, and he's averaging for the 3 laps so far 214.425 on his final lap.
Really good lines for the last two.
Yep.
Think he'll be quicker.
41.910.
As he gives his crew a little bit of work to be done before the race.
And that's 214.754 miles per hour, or 745 miles per hour, and his average for the 4 laps is 214.505. So that'll put him in the middle of row number 2 for now. 5 cars qualified. Next up is Richard Wilkes in the Ari Lyondike Lola. Here he is on the pit road. A very pretty car, one of the Dick Simon stable.
Very reminiscent of the late 70s Lotus cars.
Yeah, it does have that
in
feel
terms
to
of
it.
color scheme.
Because it has that gold trim. Richard Wilkes was responsible for the physics for this mod, and he is also responsible for the sounds. Coming through the short chute now into turn 4. Looks like the front end's wandering a little bit. Could just be him shaking out the cobwebs, because you got to remember that you basically have to hit your marks and perform. You don't have time to warm up necessarily unless you're doing it offline. So he's now on his qualifying run.
Oh, a bit loose on turning then.
Oh boy. Down the long back stretch. This is a Lola T88 powered by a Cosworth, so it's brand new equipment. We're going to be seeing a lot of T87s and March 87s and March 88s or 86s later. Coming down to complete his first lap. Let's see what he's got. 42.37. And the speed average 212.414 miles per hour for his opening lap. So that would, with that kind of a speed, that would put him in the middle of row 2, with Yves Placé to his right.
User joined your channel.
Coming through the short chute now into turn 4. Let's see what Mr. Wilkes' second lap brings. He's looking a little more sure-footed this time.
Well, that depends on how you look at it. He's cutting it really fine.
42.277 on that lap. And the speed average 212.882 miles per hour. He's
User joined your channel.
He's now averaging 212.648 miles per hour.
It was really close to putting it in the wall. He had 2 loose moments coming off of 1 and into 2.
Oh yeah, I'm just watching him now on the main camera and on the onboard camera, and you're right. Especially in the short suits, the car is really loose. Coming down to complete lap 3, he gets the white flag. 42.274. He's
doing really well to hold on to the car though.
Yeah, and that is miles per hour. He averages, to this point, 212.731 miles per hour. He's on his final lap. We've had a very clean qualifying session so far. No incidents. Everybody has been taking their times. This will be the 6th car to qualify for our Indianapolis 500.
But he's definitely been the closest to put it in.
Yeah, he's definitely living life on the edge out there. Final lap, 42.294. Does he know that he's done?
Maybe they didn't see the
Now
flag.
he does. Now he does. Okay. 42.294 for the last lap. That's 212.796. His 4-lap average comes in at 212.747 miles per hour. That'll put him in the middle of row 2. And now we have the Porsche effort on the track.
Driven in the real life by Theo Fabi.
Yes, driven by Theo in real life. And this is Juha Boss, who inherited this ride after Austin Oganowski
User left your channel.
bowed out of the series, because Austin has got his own actual real-life racing pursuits that are consuming most of his time right now. So Juha stepped into this car. Juha is our Jigger Award winner from 2016, as he loves to point out on the forum. I don't think he's going to be winning it this year, at least I hope not. The Jigger Award is given to the driver who has the hardest luck. It'll probably go to somebody who just misses the field. It's a subjective award. So Juha comes around, takes the green flag. He is now on his qualifying run. Traditionally, green cars are not lucky at Indianapolis. I bet Jonatan can think of a couple of instances where green cars are not lucky at Indianapolis, like specifically.
Well, I do specifically remember, if I can just remember, Danny Sullivan had sort of stripes of green on his car.
Yes, he did.
He went off quite heavily that year.
Yep. But probably, and this car in the race had a wheel come off during a pit stop when he was pulling away. So that was an unlucky thing for, 42.321 for the opening lap for Juha Boss, and the speed average 212.660 miles per hour. So Theo Fabi was pitting with this car, and they didn't tighten the wheel on the left rear, and it came off the car and bounced onto the cowling and did considerable damage to the car probably, and that put him out of the race. And of course then there's Roberto Guerrero in the Quaker State Buick in 1992, who set the track record, qualified in the pole, and then didn't even see the start. Lap 2 for Juha Boss, 42.286.
Ooh, really close to hitting the wall.
That lap was 212.836 miles per hour. He's averaging 212.748. So it's a solid run. He's going to be close to Richard Wilkes. We'll see if he can knock Richard back one position or if he'll slot in next to him.
This lap will probably tell us.
Yep. 42.274. Actually,
really consistent lap.
yeah. Actually, that's identical to lap 3 for Richard Wilkes, believe it or not. 212.897 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 212.798. So if he keeps this up, he will slot in just ahead of Richard Wilkes. Coming off the fourth turn, this will be for the checkered flag. And it's a little slower, 42.298. 212.776, and he is just faster than Richard Wilkes overall. His final qualifying speed, 212.792. Wilkes's was 212.747. So just barely pips him for one more spot in the grid. Of course, in a 500-mile race, one grid spot isn't a huge concern, although, I don't know, sometimes if you start in the inside versus the outside or the middle, nobody likes to be in the middle. Being in the middle is the worst. Michael Drexler driving Danny Sullivan's number 9 Miller High Life Penske. This is another threat for the front row. What do you think we can expect out of him?
Well, I would be surprised if he doesn't get third outright at the moment. He is a very quick driver, as he showed at Phoenix up until he unfortunately hit the outside wall at turn 4, like many others did that day.
All right, so he takes the green flag. It's on his run now. To this point, we have 7 cars qualified for the race. The pole position is held by Jari Brupacher right now. And in the middle of the front row is Alberto Ibanez. And then on the outside of row 1 is David Saber in his March Chevy. So it is a Chevy front row so far. The question is, will it be an all Penske front row? And we're about to find out. Here comes Drexler off the 4th turn. His first lap, 40.904. Very, very quick. Not the quickest lap we've seen so far. 220.027 miles per hour. Excellent opening lap.
But he was cutting it very fine. He was really close to his wall coming out of 2. It would seem like the opening lap he had a bit of push, but the car looks stable now.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. Coming down the the front straightaway now. Lap 2, 40.829.
If he keeps this up, he's definitely taking pole.
Yes, he's on pace to do that. He's averaging right now 220.229 for the 2 laps he's done. The pole speed is 220.172. So if he keeps this up, he will sit on the pole. Into turn 3. The nice thing about time trials is that everybody gets 5 minutes of TV time guaranteed. Completing lap number 3 now.
And maybe more.
Wow, the best lap! The best lap of the day so far, 47.73. 220.734 miles per hour. He's averaging 220.397. All he has to do is complete this lap, and he's on the pole.
Good thing you are able to speak. I'm speechless at the moment.
Coming through the 4th turn now, we'll see how this ends up, but for all intents and purposes, this is your pole-sitting car, assuming he can bring it to the line. Coming to the line now, 40.8 flat. And the speed, 220.588 for that lap. His 4-lap average, 220.445 miles per hour, and that puts Michael Drexler on the pole and bumps Jari Brupacher to 2nd and Alberto Ibanez to 3rd. So it's an all Penske front row right now.
Just wow. That 40.7 is... I don't think we've seen that more than twice, maybe 3 times during the whole month.
Well, the times that we see on the server can be deceiving, because you don't know if somebody's getting help with slipstream. In this case, it's the car alone on the track. So this is the real test of how good a car is set up. And the other thing you have to remember what we're seeing here is that people have their car set up to go the quickest, not necessarily for 500 miles. So don't expect necessarily that some guys will be as quick as they are today in the actual race, and conversely, some people may do better in the race than they do here because they have a car that would do better over a long haul.
And one driver that could be that is the driver out on track right now, Grant Riddle.
Grant Riddle, one of the newcomers to HSO. His dad, Ray Riddle, is going to be coming up later today. And this is his opening lap. We'll see what...
User disconnected from your channel.
We'll see what happens here. Coming down the main straight. 42.186.
Looking good.
Yeah, it's a good solid opening lap. 213.341 miles per hour.
But he is just a tad bit loose.
Well, being fast and loose is sometimes the best way around this track. I mean, you know me, if I had to choose between a loose car and a pushing car, I'd choose a loose car any day of the week. Pushing.
Yeah, in my case, I have a bit too slow with reflexes, so I have to have a pushing car.
Lap 2 complete now for Grant Riddle. Slightly faster, 42.161. And the speed average, 213.467 miles per hour. He's averaging at this point 213.404. So a good solid run so far.
Yep, looks like he'll be in the front 3 rows.
Yeah, that's definitely good enough for the front 3 at this point. It may not be once we get later into the session, but we'll see. During our 15-minute break, I'm going to be creating a rundown of where everybody is as a graphic so people can see. It's a bit hard to do so right now. Lap 3 coming in at 42.127. And that's 213.63 or 640 actually miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 213.483. Through turn 3.
He brought a lot of speed with him coming out of 2, so I think this will be his fastest lap of the run.
Coming off of the 4th turn, wiggles just a tiny bit, but he's coming to the line now. And 40, that's his best lap, 42.097. Average speed of 213.792 miles per hour. His 4-lap average of 213.560 miles per hour. Good run.
Very good run indeed. Now notice I was riding on board with him, and out of that last turn he didn't lift even though the car was squirreling all over the place.
Jacob Fredrickson is the next one up in a March Cosworth similar to the one that Peter Blom drove earlier.
And as a fellow Swede, I really hope he does well.
Well, we'll see. He's about to start his run. His car is sponsored by the Machinists Union and Playboy. And Schaefer beer, too. Good combination.
Definitely. Work with the machines during the day and then visit the Playboys and drink some beer.
All right. So he is now on his qualifying run. Again, this is an 88 March powered by a Cosworth. Coming into turn number 3. Keeping it well above the line, actually. He's not using all the racetrack.
Well, I think right down by the line it's a bit more bumpy than it is a bit on the high line, so I think he's found a good groove for him. And that March chassis, or as we can see with the time.
41.991, and the speed average comes in at 214.332 miles per hour. The opening lap for Jacob Fredrickson. Down the back straightaway, peaking at 220 miles per hour before he enters turn 3. Coming up next, we have Martin Lacina, who's driving the exact same spec car.
So that'll be an interesting comparison.
Yes, it will be. Lap 2 comes in at 41.937. God, everyone's really consistent. Really impressive. 214.608 miles per hour. He's averaging 214.46 or 470 right now.
I think that's the quickest non-Chevy March so far, right?
It's a Cosworth.
Yeah, but non-Chevy.
Non-Chevy.
March.
Coming off the turn now.
Ooh, did he hit the wall then?
I don't. He might have brushed it just a tiny bit. This lap comes in at 41.893. It's his best yet.
Never mind what I was saying then.
214.833 miles per hour. His average to this point, 214.591. For those of you who are just joining us, it's an all Penske front row so far, with Michael Drexler on the pole, Alberto Ibanez Jari Brupacher in the middle of the row, and Alberto Ibanez in third. Coming across the line to complete lap 4, 41.844. And the speed for that, 215. So he just breaks into the 215s, 215.085. His 4-lap average comes in at 214.714. Good run.
Very good and consistent run.
Next up is Martin Lacina, also in a March 88C Cosworth. Just checking the time here. We're doing really, really good on the time here. We are currently 2 minutes ahead of schedule. That's fantastic. That speaks to everyone's punctuality and how well everything's working here. That's fantastic. So Martin Lacina will take the green flag now, and he is on his qualifying run.
We can immediately see that he's taking a bit of a tighter line, going down below the white line with his left front.
Yes, that's a very different line compared to what Fredrickson just showed us. He's putting that left front wheel right between the two lines. Stays above the line there, going into turn 3, coming through turn 4, just grazes the white line there. Coming down the main straight now, let's see what the first lap holds for Martin Lacina. 42.079, and the speed average 213.883 miles per hour. Turn 3. He's on the white line there. Into turn 4. Stays a little above it. So he's flirting with that area, but doesn't always go that low. Lap 2 is complete and comes across at 42.011. So it's interesting. Now he's averaging for the 2 laps 214.056. Jacob Fredrickson was averaging to this point 0.4 of a mile per hour more, and he was using less racetrack.
Well, it probably shows that Jacob has the car set up very well for for this, Lassina may have done a bit more work here towards the race rather than the qualifying.
Perhaps. Coming off the fourth turn now and down the straightaway, 42.017. So very consistent, but not as fast as the car we just saw previously. 214.11 or 199, and the average now is 214.103. It's a solid run, though. That's going to get him into the field, no problem. Of course, everyone's going to be very concerned about the start a week from today. 33 cars, 11 rows of 3, always precarious. And here he comes to complete his 4-lap run. And 41.975, his fastest lap. And that will bring his overall average to 214.181 miles per hour. Pretty consistent laps from everybody today. I mean, varying speeds. The slowest run we've had so far is Yves Placé in the Lola Judd, but that's not unexpected. But that's still that was still a 217, or I'm sorry, a 211 mile per hour run. That's not bad.
If you did that kind of speed on the freeway, you would be classed as a maniac.
Well, the other thing too is that would have been good enough to do well to get into the field in 1988. So now we have Adam Hackman, who is one of the Rookie of the Year contenders this year because he did not have any HSO starts in 2016. He started in 2017, so he is a contender for Rookie of the Year driving A.J. Foyt's car. So we have a rookie driving the car for the guy who's one of the most experienced. Adam likes irony. And he is now on his qualifying run. It's interesting that people are used to AJ's car in the late 80s and 90s being an all-black car, but this car still has some coyote orange.
Harking back to the great days
of the Riley designed Coyote Mark IV. Alright, so he's coming off of turn 4 now. We'll see what his first lap brings us. It's a 42.216. And that speed translates as 213.189 miles per hour. So he's a little slower than Martin Lassina was when he kicked off. Coming through turn 3, but he looks pretty smooth.
Yeah, no moments as far as I've been able to see, so I think he's got the car very well set up.
Coming through turn 1, his second lap comes across at 42.178. And that translates into 213.381 miles per hour. He's averaging 213.285 to this point. Into turn number 3. Oh, and one other thing we should mention is that Adam is... Oh, no, wait, I'm thinking of someone else, sorry. I was thinking of Matthew Hall. Matthew Hall is another rookie contender, I believe, and he is using a gamepad similar to Alan Forrest. Across the line, 42... Well, that's the slowest of his 3 laps so far, 42.234.
I think his car is getting a little bit loose.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, he came very close to the wall there. 42.234, which is 213.098 miles per hour. He's averaging 213.223. So here he comes to take the checkered flag for his run. This is going to get him in the show with no problem.
Note also that he took a very tight line coming out, didn't want to get anywhere near that wall.
No, he did not. 42.164 for the final of the 4 laps. 213.452 miles per hour. His average for the 4 laps, 213.280 miles per hour. Good run. Now, it's time for the Buick Brigade.
It should be, but I can see him in the server, I'm afraid.
Uh-oh. Well,
so
should
we bump in right away, or
we should give him some time because, truth be told, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. His is supposed to take place at 2100 hours, so we can wait until he shows up. This will give me a chance to go over the grid as it stands right now. Here's David Jaques, his teammate. But we will give Raul some time here to get to the server. So what do you think of qualifying so far, Jonathan?
I think the most impressive thing is to see that everyone is running very, very consistent laps. Everyone is staying within a couple of tenths of the initial fastest laps.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed just overall at the quality of the runs. I mean, people are really driving, smoothly, and there's not a whole lot of craziness going on here. There's a couple of instances where people had close moments, but nothing like I would have expected. I would have expected at least one incident at this point, and we don't have any to really report. So
although there has been a couple of close calls.
A few, yeah. For those of you who are just joining us, we have an all-Penske front row, which was not entirely unexpected, but quite impressive still. Michael Drexler is on the pole with a overall a 4-lap average of 220.445 miles per hour, and Jari Brupacker is next in the middle of that row with an average of 220.173 miles per hour, and then Alberto Ibanez is on the outside with a time of, or a speed of, is that Raul? Yes, it is. His speed, Alberto's speed was 220.039. All right, so now that Raul is here, we can go. You guys may remember this from last year, or actually 2 years ago now, but it's probably one of the more infamous moments in qualifying we've had here. Raul Ureb was the second car to qualify for the first 1973 race we did, and coming around to complete his 4-lap run, he ran out of fuel in the short chute. I doubt
that's a very unfortunate situation to be in.
I don't think that will happen today.
And again, we can reiterate the fact of the Buick engines. Very different sound to all the engines that's gone so far.
Yes. Raul Ureb coming off of the 4th turn. This will be, he'll be taking his green flag right now. This is the first of the Buick power plants. You can hear that very distinctive noise. Much lower in pitch than the Chevrolet's Cosworth and even the Judd. There's one other obscure V6 that's going to try to qualify today. It's a Chevrolet V6 nicknamed the Blowtorch. And that will be driven by Francois Remen. That's coming up much later because the car number is 84. Coming off the corner now, Raleigh Areb is going to complete his first lap. He's looking pretty smooth so far. 42.538. That translates into 211.576 miles per hour for Raul's opening lap. Through the short chute. He's keeping the car quite high above that line.
Looked a bit loose coming off for 4.
Yeah, we'll have a look at his time now. 42.153. And the speed average, 213.508 miles per hour.
So he's definitely found his feet.
Yes, that's much faster. It's 0.4 faster than the previous lap, and he's averaging 212.537 miles per hour. Coming off the fourth turn, still staying very, very high above those lines. Lap 3 comes in at 41.905. That's his fastest lap yet, 214. So his lap speed is increasing exponentially here. His average to this point, 213.277.
Very unfortunate for him that the opening lap was,
Yeah, I mean, ideally,
what it was.
yeah, cold tires are just getting, you know, he did arrive late, so that might have contributed to pre-qualifying jitters. Coming to the line now to complete lap 4. Lap 4 is the fastest yet, 41.852. So he gets the car solidly in the show. And that is it's a 215.043 lap. His average for the 4 laps, 213.715. All right, next up is Greg Delacella in the Tony Bettenhausen entry. This car was red to start the season at Phoenix and Long Beach, and now it's painted with Hardee's colors. This is the car that's going to go through a lot of paint scheme changes over the years, or over the races for this particular year. Eventually, it will be sponsored by Yugo.
And also probably the most unlucky family ever to try and win the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. If you look up the word star-crossed in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of one of the Bettenhausens. Oh, he strikes the wall. That's the first solid hit that we've seen, and it happens on his opening lap.
Yep, the car looks... Oh, don't know if that was the car or if he just did that to try and see if there's what damage there are.
I don't know, we'll see. Coming to the turn 3 now. Oh, he's way down under the line now. He might have some damage with that car as a result from that hit.
Partly that, and I think that rattled him a little bit as well.
Probably. Coming down to complete his first lap. He's trying to compose himself and keep going. Lap 1, 43.373. Into turn 1. Much smoother through here. Oh, man. Careful.
He definitely has a little bit of damage, but is doing a good job.
207.502 miles per hour. So this is by far the slowest run so far today. And
yeah, but if he can keep it off the wall, I think he'll still
No, he'll still get in if he can keep it off the wall, but at this point, it's a matter of completing the run. He's getting way low underneath those lines.
I think he's trying to counter-steer the damage, and that's...
Probably. Coming down... Second lap is much better than the first one, 42.592. But because of that first lap, his average is still way down, 209.387 for the overall. That particular lap was a 211.307. I think by now he's probably at a point where he's composed himself and hopefully is just driving within. He's probably, I mean, if I'm in his shoes right now, I'm thinking, okay, let's just get this in the show. This is the first Lola T87, I believe we've seen, which is a year-old car. 42.680. So he's found his rhythm now. Unfortunately, it's a little bit late. And that
He's
is
grabbed the wall again.
Oh boy, 210.
Same place.
0.871 miles an hour, and he's averaging 209.880 right now. So hopefully he can bring it home here without incident. Looks like he probably will. We'll see.
Come on now, Greg. Nice and careful, nice and careful.
All right, I think he's in good shape. He can just get off this corner. There he goes. Okay. Coming down to complete his run. And it comes in at 42.952.
That was a good recovery after that.
It was. That could have gone really south really fast, but kudos to Greg for keeping it together. His 4-lap average comes in at 209.794 miles per hour. That's solid enough to get into this show without any problem. Now we've got another Buick coming up, David Jaques, Mr. 8 wins in a row in F191. So it'll be interesting to see how he does compared to Raul, who was running the same equipment. Actually, now that I think about it, I mentioned that the Greg Delicella car was the first T87. I was wrong. The first T87 was the car previously, Raul Ureb. That's a T87. And this one is also a T87. The principal difference visually that you can see between the year-old Lola and the 88 Lola is that the cockpit area itself is wider on the T87. They narrowed it for the T88, trying to get the car to cut through the air better. But I think both Raul and David would tell you that the T87 does not handle like a T88.
Mentioned that to me earlier, that he has to run a lot more wing compared to the 88s.
Yeah, I was when he mentioned how much wing he was running, I was really surprised. Much more than we're running with the T88s. So he comes into turn number 3.
Really good so far.
Yeah, he looks smooth, but that's to be expected with David. Although when he's driving his Jordan in Formula One, I don't know. It's a pretty hairy car to drive. 41.593 for his opening lap.
That's a very impressive opening lap.
Good lap. 216.383 miles per hour. That's very good for that car. This is the Kenny Bernstein team. And this is a car that we won't be seeing the rest of the year. It only competed at Indianapolis. Same is true with Raul's car. The Kenny Bernstein team was just an Indianapolis only entry. This car was driven by Johnny Rutherford. Lap 2 comes in at 41.510, so a tick faster. His average to this point, 216.599. Good run so far.
Yeah, really impressive, really nice and consistent. And so far, no issues whatsoever.
He's keeping it above that line. Looking really good. Comes off the corner. Completion of lap 3 now. 41.486, his best lap so far. And the speed average, 216.941 miles per hour. He's on his final lap, averaging 216.713. He's peaking at 225 miles per hour at the end of the back straight. That's really good speed.
Yeah. Oh, we got very loose coming off a free.
Well, hopefully that won't cost him too much. We'll see as he comes off the corner here. Last lap was 41.486. Lap 4 comes in at 41.501, so that did cost him a little bit.
But still within his first lap speed, so...
Yes. 41.501, 216.862. The 4-lap average for David Jaques, 216.750 miles per hour. Excellent. Excellent run for that car. So next up is David Yunt, driving the Michael Andretti March 88C Cosworth.
And he has been struggling this month, so hopefully he's been able to sort it out during these last couple of days.
We'll see. David Yunt, the countryman to Jari Brupacher, who's sitting in the middle of the front row right now. Going down the back straightaway. Taking his green flag this time back. Turn 1. It's the wheel right between the two lines, right out next to the wall. Wow.
He's definitely on it.
He's using all the right. Oh! Did he hit the wall
Well,
there?
yeah, I think he scrubbed it.
Scrubbed it just a tiny bit.
But he's definitely on it, really trying hard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, late on a turn in here.
Yeah, that might cause a problem in here. No, well, he's okay. Through turn 4, keep an eye on that back end as he's coming out of there. Tiny wiggle, not too bad. All right, let's see what the first lap holds for David Yunt. 42.166. Yes, 42.166.
That's really impressive. He was struggling to hit 42.5s earlier.
213.442 miles per hour. Into turn 3. This time he's a little bit above the line. Much more in control in turn 3 than he was last lap.
A much more controlled second lap overall.
Very smooth coming off of that turn. Let's see what the time is. Here's the story. 42.1 exactly. And that translates into 213.777 miles per hour. His average to this point, 213.609. Into turn 3. Brings it down, just grazing the white line, back out for the chute. Turn 4. Grazes the line again, looking very smooth and consistent now.
I think your first lap was trying to find the limit, and now he's keeping to it.
41.975, his best lap.
Wow.
Excellent. 214.413 miles per hour. His average to this point, 213.876. So he cracks into the 214s with that lap.
See if he can do another one. Looks like it.
Let's see, he's probably on course to do one. He can keep it together.
Oh, nearly onto the apron then.
Yep. Comes down. Take the checkered flag. Last lap comes
Wow.
in at 41.954. Excellent.
That's a fantastic one.
214.5221 miles per hour. His average is 214 for the 4 laps, 214.037. Good run.
Fantastic run.
Okay,
Especially considering it scraped the wall early on.
Okay, now this will be interesting. Although I don't see him here. Simon Watman is not on the server right now. We'll give him a few minutes. But this is a car that will be of interest to people. Well, right now, let's see. What time do we have? We have 11 minutes after the hour. And we're actually running really far ahead of schedule. 9 minutes, in fact.
So it's not overly surprising that he isn't here yet.
Yeah, not overly surprising.
I think in the general information, it's 5 minutes before you.
Yes.
At least before your scheduled time.
So this gives us a moment to collect ourselves. Recapping for everybody, Michael Drexler is on the pole with a speed of 220.445 for his 4 laps. Jari Brupacher is in the middle of row 1 with a speed of 220.173, and Alberto Ibanez is on the outside of row 1 at 220.039. So we have an all Penske front row, something we predicted would happen, and it did come true.
Yeah, and I don't think the bets on that was too high as such.
No, the over-under on that was not. Here is Simon.
And he is actually in the 86C.
Yeah, but the more interesting wrinkle about this is that he is driving.
I didn't notice
the Chevy.
Which guy was actually driving.
He's driving the Chevy stock block engine. Now, this is going to be interesting because I'm not sure this car can make the show. It's going to be really interesting to see if Simon's able to get this car into the race, because it is the only car in the field that is not. Or wait a minute, did he just leave the server again? He's gone. Shoot.
Yes, he's run away from the challenge.
That's silly. What, is he having internet issues?
Possibly, or just wheel issues.
Here he comes. He's back in now. All
Probably
right.
wheel issues. He had to unplug and replug.
All right. So this is the only car in the in this entry list that is not turbocharged. It is powered by a Chevrolet stock block engine, big, huge engine, which has allowed way more displacement, and it sounds like a Formula 5000 engine. Okay, so does Simon know that he should go?
He does.
Okay. Is he looking for the starter, or?
He's acknowledged it now, so he'll be out in
Okay, good.
probably within a minute. As I can hear that
Yep.
stock block engine fired up.
Yep, there it is. Growling out of Gasoline Alley. Oh, man. All right, this is going to be an interesting run. I'm looking forward to this one.
It may not be the quickest car on the grid, but I think it's by far the best sounding.
It's the best sounding, but we're going to have to wait and see if it turns out to be a car that will be in the field. I don't know how much practice Simon's had in this car. We'll see. He's taking it very slow coming out of the pits. bringing it up to speed now in the backstretch. Oh man, very high entry into turn 3. I mean, granted, this is his warm-up lap, but man. All right, coming through turn 4. Man, he's only, well, now he's picking up some speed. Takes the green flag for his run. Into turn 1. Wow, the speed really drops off. 169 at the apex.
He's actually changing gears as well.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, he's running in 4th gear right now. You should be able to run 5th in this car. Now he's up to 5th. He touches 200 miles an hour in the backstretch now. Into turn... Yeah, he's downshifting as he goes through the turns. Interesting. Well, I think this is... You know, the chances of this car getting in the field with this kind of speed are pretty slim. It would take massive failures on other people's part to get this car in at this speed. Lap 1 comes across 49.317.
Well, he almost scrapes the wall as well.
Yeah.
I think he's running very low wings. And
182.492 miles per hour. Well, we've talked about this before. Running low wings in order to get the best straightaway speed is not the best plan on this circuit, because you're going to end up scrubbing away. As you see, he goes into the corner now. Yeah, he's gone all the way down to 162. I mean, if you scrub away that speed in the turns, it doesn't matter how fast you were on the straight. It just kills all that momentum that you just built up. He wiggles a little bit coming off of the corner. Let's see if this lap is any better. It's identical. 49.317. So his average is 182.493 miles per hour. This is a danger zone situation here. I mean, these are speeds that would just barely get you into the 73 race.
I was going to say, wasn't that about the cutoff for
it was
the 73 series?
It was the cutoff. Now that I think about it, Simon's soldiering on. I mean, he does have the option to wave off this run if he thinks it's too slow, but he's continuing. This lap looked like it may be a little bit faster. We'll see. No, it's actually slower. Oh, man. 49.532. He's averaging 182.228 miles per hour. We should mention, too, that we have 3 alternates that we will name, the 34th, 35th, and 36th fastest cars. So Simon does have a chance if he is one of those cars, but that would require a bunch of people to not show up on race day, which is probably unlikely. Coming out of turn 4 here.
This should at least be a lap, and he's definitely given it his best, but I think the car is a bit lackluster, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just not a car that's made for this. Yeah, that was his slowest of the 4, 49.452, and the speed average 181.995. His average for the 4 laps comes in at 182.16 or 170 miles per hour. So by far the slowest run of the day, but that was to be expected, unfortunately, with that car. Okay, Jason Fitch is on the track now. He is driving the number 20 Marlboro March 88C Chevy. So this is the same equipment that David Saber was running earlier.
Jason, who finished 4th at Phoenix, the opening round of this championship.
That was an eventful race for him.
It was indeed.
I don't think he made Long Beach.
No, I think he missed that.
Yeah, he missed that. So this is his only his second race. Oh, as far as the points championship goes, we should point out that if Drexler ends up being on the pole, and frankly speaking, it's probably going to be that. We'll wait and see what happens at the end of the day, but that will give Drexler 1 extra point in the championship. Because there's a point for pole position in this series.
This run is looking really good so far.
All right, coming off this turn, first lap coming in at 41.886. That's 214.869 miles per hour for Jason Fitch on his first lap. Jason Fitch is a driver that really does kind of live on the edge, though. So just there was some pretty hair-raising driving from him in Phoenix. So as quick as he is, he's not necessarily known as a smooth driver. We'll see if he can put together 4 smooth laps there. It looks like the front end's weaving a little bit there. Maybe he just reacting to the stagger of the car. Lap 2 comes in even faster, 41.831. And the speed average, 215, flat almost, 215.010 miles per hour. That's for the 2-lap average. That lap just now was 215.151. Coming off of the short chute into turn 4. It's funny how, like, some people misidentify this car as a Penske because they're so used to seeing the Marlboro colors on a Penske. But this was actually Pat Patrick's car. Lap 3.
Wow.
Yeah, 41.693, his best yet. And that's a 215.863 miles per hour. Average to this point, 215.294. He's on his final lap. Coming off the 4th turn. And that's his best one, 41.664.
Very neat and nice run, Matt.
Yeah, very good. The 4-lap average for Jason Fitch comes in at 215.473 miles per hour. Good run. And glad that he can make it, too, because he wasn't certain that he'd be able to make his slot. All right, so next up. Alan Forrester.
Who we can notice is very gingerly making it out of Gasoline Alley. Using his gamepad.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I know there are people who have messaged Alan over the months and just said, "Alan, buy a wheel, any wheel." But Alan seems to make it work. I mean, he did win the Phoenix 200. It's hard to argue with success.
Definitely so. No, it was.
I can think of 23 other people who did not win that race, and they were driving with wheels. So.
Indeed. But it was scary to see him drive the 73 cars with that gamepad.
Yes, you might remember that Alan was the pole sitter last year in the 73 Indy 500, driving a Penske McLaren. This year he is driving. This is the only Lola Chevy combination in the field. Lola T88 Chevy, driven by Mario Andretti in the 1988 series. Nice looking car, clean car that was owned by Paul Newman and Carl Haas. So Forrester is on his run now. And we are running 5 minutes ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. It's going to give us a good chunk of time to take a break and go pee-pee and take a look at the standings. We have a film that we're going to run during the break, so if you guys if anybody is sticking around on YouTube, we have an archival film of 1988 to show you. Lap 1 comes in at 41.808 for Alan Forrester. That Chevy power helping him out there, 215.270 miles per hour.
Really impressive to see him drive.
I mean, you know, when you consider the fact that he's using a gamepad and how it's basically, there's no variable, at least you wouldn't think, variable nature to it. It's like on, off with the steering. You can see how the wheels are moving like paddles in a pinball machine. Oh, he went right clear under the yellow line there. Interesting.
Yep, but he did a faster lap.
And a faster lap there of 41.746. $215.589 miles an hour. He averages 215.429 to this point. Oh goodness, was that ping?
Yeah, I think that was ping. I don't
Okay.
think it was actually a hit. Noticed that Simpson joined the service. I think that's what caused that one.
Oh, okay. So
Or
probably
he
wasn't even
went
visible
even
on his
faster.
end. Even faster now, 41.69. And the speed average for that lap, 215.879 miles an hour. He's on his final lap. It's interesting to see him going way under those lines, because that's something Mario Andretti would have done. He was infamous look at him, like he's right down by the yellow line.
Yeah.
Mario was infamous for taking his car way under the line, much to the chagrin of the USAC officials.
Yeah, he would run almost on the grass.
Almost. Oh, wait a minute. What happened?
Did he just...
Where'd he go? Where is he? He's in the pit lane. What happened? Now he's in the garage. He didn't complete the lap.
Looks like that's a disconnection.
Oh my goodness, it's a disco. So
Just ahead of the line, he would have...
oh my God, that's really unfortunate. So we had our first incomplete run of the day. So
It's so close to finishing.
oh my
I'm
God,
not.
that's really unfortunate. So
As
that
soon
means
as I have an update, I'll let us know.
well, basically that means he's going to be going to the end of the line. That's really too bad.
And that's really unfortunate.
Mhm.
Especially since he was on for a probably front 6 row start.
Oh
Front
no,
3 row
yeah,
start.
he was certainly going to be in the first few rows, no question. The next car up is Rob Swindell's, who is already on track. I believe.
And who was... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I got to check something here.
And who was fighting for the win, his maiden HSO win at Long Beach, but unfortunately it came unstuck on the last lap, and he span in the horseshoe section, and that gave Grant Riddell his maiden HSO win instead. But Swindell started taking the green flag and got through the first 2 turns unscathed, looking good so far. Getting down just beneath the white lines. And again the same thing at turn 4.
Alright, we'll have a look at the time as he comes off the... This is another Dick Simon car, by the way. An 88 Lola, 42.209. the speed average, 213.225 miles per hour for his opening lap. Rob Swindells. That Cosworth really loud. Just grazing the white line in turn 3. Comes up to the wall again. Back down into turn 4. Puts the wheel right between those two lines. Good man.
It's definitely better to be deafened by the engine than not hearing it at all.
True. Although I like the sweet sounds of my Buick the best. Lap 2 comes in at 42.172. And that lap speed comes across at 213.412 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 213.318.
This car is really balanced. You can see he just stands in and the car stays right where he wants it. There's nothing strange going on at all.
Very smooth. Coming off of turn 4, this will be the completion of lap 3. And that's his best lap yet, 42.166. And the speed average, 213.442 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 213.360. Entering turn 3. Stays quite high above the line this time. More of a conservative approach coming through 4. And again there, he just wants to bring it home, looks like. $42.201. So similar to his first lap. His 4-lap average, 213.336 miles per hour. Good solid run for the second Dick Simon entry. Now we have another Dick Simon entry. And this is Jan Kowalski driving Taro Palmroth's car.
Who himself, I believe, was a rookie in 1988.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he was. That's true. A driver whose family came from the shoe business in Finland, I believe.
And like all Finns, began driving at a very young age. And proficient at it.
Mm-hmm. You can see Taro's yellow capped helmet in this car.
But Taro was a very large gentleman, so some of his lack of success could possibly be attributed to that. That they had to make the car a bit more spacious for him.
Another driver with a huge frame that comes to mind would be Chris Neifel, who drove in the early 80s, made a few starts in the Indy 500. He was actually, he ended up driving more in Trans Am series, and I guess it would probably be easier to find him a ride in a car that has an actual big cockpit like that. At least then
Definitely so.
At least then it's just a question of moving the seat back a little bit. Alright, so Jan Kowalski is coming through turn 4. We'll have a look at what his first lap holds. Again, he's running the same equipment as Rob Swindells. First lap 42.857.
Surprisingly off the pace.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That is weird. 210.001 miles per hour. That is surprisingly slow. I'm kind of baffled by that, actually. I would have thought it would have been a bit faster. We'll see if he can pick it up in the ensuing laps. He goes right down to the yellow line there.
Just a bit more, and he would have possibly done what your boss did in practice.
Yeah, you can't dip down there too much. You're going to bind the car and put it into the wall. This lap's a little faster, 42.569. And the speed average, 211.421. He's averaging 210.708, so that first lap is costing him. Coming down the backstretch now.
Very early turn in that time around.
Yeah.
Nice run though.
Some people do that. I tend to turn in rather early, going into the corners at times. Other times I'll try to do more of an Eddie Cheever wide arc. Lap 3 is complete, 42.408, his best lap so far. And that gives him an average to this point of 211.211. It's amazing. We're getting to the point where we're almost at our 15-minute break. Doesn't time fly? Coming off of turn 4 now. We'll see what this what the run looks like. On the 4th lap, coming off 42.536. And that gives him an overall 4-lap average of 211.304. So not one of the quicker runs we've seen today, but that should still be good enough to get him into the show. Next up, Lee Simpson, driving the Randy Lewis car, a guy who was rather infamous in IndyCar racing. Guy who was famous for taking leaders out of races on more than one occasion.
There has been a few of those through the years, but in all kinds of racing.
Yeah, but for some reason, Randy Lewis seemed quite... he seemed to be drawn to incidents like that.
Or maybe incidents was drawn to him.
Yeah. Maybe.
All a question of perspective.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so as Lee Simpson comes around now, he's going to be taking the green flag.
Very tight entry, that's an interesting line to take into the last.
Yeah, oh goodness, he's very low coming off of 4. See how things go. Lap 1 for Lee Simpson. Guy who ran the USAC 73 series a lot last year. Very conservative. Sorry, go ahead.
Consistently finishing in the 73 series. Not always quite on the pace as such, but always managed to finish. And
Yeah.
I think he picked up a couple of top 10s along the way.
Coming off the corner at 207, that's a good exit speed for this car. For a first lap, let's see what he gets. First lap, 42.397. That's pretty good. That translates to 212.279 miles an hour. Good opening lap for Lee Simpson.
I think he's worried about hitting the outside wall because he's taking a very tight line out of every...
Everything about his drive says to me right now, I just want to get the car in the show. I don't want to do anything stupid. And, you know, if that's, I mean, there is wisdom in that approach.
Definitely so, since the car is should be able to pretty easily get into the show.
42.885 for his second lap. So slower by a considerable margin. 211 is now the average overall. That lap was a 209. I didn't see any serious wobble along that lap, did you?
Not really. I mean, he was taking a very, very tight line coming out of 2, so maybe that bobbled brought down his speed a lot.
Well, even with that, he another very conservative exit off of 4. Let's see what this lap comes in at. This is the best lap yet, 42.299.
Whereas he misses the apex by a mile.
Oh!
Kept the speed up pretty well though.
Come on, Lee, bring it home. So he's averaging 2:11.630. That's faster than Jan Kowalski's run previously. So if he keeps this up, he'll be slotting in right in front of him. Coming down to complete the run and see what we got. Lap 4, 42.642. Qualifier number 22 for the race. And that gives him an average overall of 211.487 miles per hour. Next up is the youngest driver in HSO right now, Matthew Hull. And he is also driving with a gamepad. So he's driving a Lola Judd. This is the only other Lola Judd in the field. So it has an angry noise.
And he has actually changed the times with me to be able to make it.
To be in the first session, indeed. Coming out of turn 4, this will be his green flag to start the run. He's actually a teammate of mine, and so is Bob Halata in the Mackenzie Lola. But the funny thing is, we're all running different power plants, so we can't really share setups in the truest sense. They're all kind of set up because because Matthew's running a Judd, I'm running a Buick, and Bob's running a Cosworth. So really, we can collaborate a little bit, but not a whole lot.
Especially considering the weight balance is very different between engines as well.
That basically throws the whole setup. All right,
Oh,
so
we're
careful,
very
careful.
close on entry to 3. Sorry, 4.
Matthew Hull's first lap is a 42.662. And that is 210.961 miles per hour. Matthew Hull from Ireland. I think he's the only Irish driver that we have in HSO right now.
I believe you are correct.
And I'm not talking about Northern Ireland, part of the United Kingdom. I'm talking Ireland. So. Lap 2, 42.695. So just a little slower, but consistent.
He had a bit of a bubble coming through 1, so that's why that was a bit slower.
That lap was 210.798. He's averaging 210.879 at the moment.
Much better in 4 this time around.
Much smoother exit off of 4. Very smooth. His best lap, 42.605. That translates into 211.243 miles per hour. He's on his final lap, coming down the backstretch. You can see that he's twitching back and forth, but it's funny, for a gamepad driver, he doesn't seem to be... See how he is in this turn. He seems a bit smoother than Forrester.
Might be that he has a game with sticks to turn.
Possibly. When I first started my sim racing career, I used a gamepad with sticks like that. Lap 4 comes in at 42.551. So Matthew Hull qualifies for the Indianapolis 500. His average speed it comes in at for the 4 laps is 211.1 2.28 miles per hour. Very good run. So we've had 3 runs in a row here of 2:11. And these cars were all, well, the Judd was a different car, different engine, but Matthew Hull, they were all Lola T88s. So we have one more run to do now. And Bruno Coxon is not here yet, so we're going to wait on him since we have the time. It is currently 45 minutes past the hour, so we are way ahead of schedule, so we can give him time to arrive. Pascal Khalid just logs on, no Bruno yet.
And Pascal Khalid will be the first driver after the break.
That's true, he will be. So what are your impressions so far, Jonathan?
A bit like earlier, very nice, consistent driving from everyone. Few close calls, but good recoveries by those who have had close calls.
Yeah, I mean, the only person really that's been the loser in this first part of the session, this first half, is Alan Forster from that disco. But other than that, everyone's been having clean runs. It's going to be interesting to see if Simon's time is going to hold up. I think most odds makers would say it will not, but we will leave that matter in abeyance until later. 23 cars now have qualified for the race, and between now and the when we come back from the break, I will be preparing a lineup to show everybody where everyone is at the moment. But you can see for yourself if you look on the official timing and scoring page where everyone is at. So we continue to wait for Bruno Coxon, which is probably, he's got the fastest Buick in the field, at least in terms of what we've seen on the hot laps. Of course, we can't take into account necessarily his if he had slipstream help in those, but he certainly was one of the quicker Buicks, I'm sure, based on what I saw in the practice session.
Another interesting but note I've taken is that no one really seems to be right on the edge of being too loose. Everyone seems to have their cars very well set up for the qualifying session. I would have expected at least some to be a bit looser.
All right, so I'm going to run through the order right now that we have a moment here. Michael Drexler is on the row 1. Michael Drexler, Jari Brubacher, Alberto Ibanez. Row 2, David Saber, David Jaques, and Jason Fitch. Row 3, row 3, Jacob Fredrickson, Peter Blom, and Martin Lucena. Row 4, David Yunt, Raul Yareb, and Grant Riddall. Row 5, Rob Swindells, Adam Hackman, Juha Boss. Row 6, Richard Wilkes, Yves Placé, Lee Simpson. Row 7, Jan Kowalski, Matthew Hull, and Greg Delacella. And Simon Watman is the lone occupant of row... what row was I on? In any case, he is the slowest car in the field. So that's the way things stand at the moment. So we're waiting on Bruno Coxon to arrive on the server. And if he does not appear in the time we have, then he will go straight to the back of the line. have an opportunity to go. We won't charge him an attempt, but
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Connected.
You powered on the grid.
yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed about that, frankly. When we come up to the break here in a few minutes, we will have a video presentation for you looking back at the 1988 Indy 500, and it's narrated by none other than Paul Page. So, should be nice.
The brief update on Alan Forster.
Yes.
On his screen, he finished, and he recorded a lap time. But we'll see whether the game recorder is going to rejoin during the break. And if the lap time appears, then the game's recorded it. There's
That's
been
true.
some sort of lag.
Okay. Well, if he can come on, I mean, we've got 20 minutes left in this, well, less than. We've got 15 minutes left, so if he wants that time preserved, he's going to have to come on here within that time frame, otherwise we'll lose it. So, if he can come back on.
I'll tell him to join ASAP.
Yeah, tell him to join as soon as possible so we can check that time, because if we have to, because we're going to be restarting this session for the second half of qualifying in any event, so if we do that, we'll lose that time if it's there.
Yeah.
So, I got to use my "Please Stand By" audio for the first time. That was fun.
But not really what you would have wanted to.
No, I wasn't.
Have to
I
use was
figured if I'm gonna have to do it, I'm gonna, I wanted it to be fun. So I had a voiceover from like way back when that is typically played in situations like that.
Okay.
I'm going to play it one more time because I just enjoy it so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing Bruno Chacon difficulties. Please stand by. Well, it is nice to have a breather for a second, even though I have a table that's automatically calculating all this stuff. It is nice to have a little bit of a breather for a second.
And talking about the devil.
Hmm?
The man has arrived.
He has?
Yep.
I don't see him. Oh, wait, there he is. Yes. All right, excellent. All right, good.
Good to see that he was able to make it, so he doesn't have to wait until about half past 11.
All right, I'm going to check real quickly to see if we can see what Alan Forrester's time was. Oh, goodness. Well, okay. You know what I'm going to do. Jonathan, I'm going to need your help. Can you read the times to me?
On my screen, Alan only has three times.
All right. Well, then, in that case, he's going to have to go to the. He's going to have to go to the end of the line then. If we're not seeing 3 times, let me see what I've got for him. I've only got 3 times too. So unfortunately, Alan's going to have to go to the end of the line. All right. So if you can keep an eye on Bruno's times.
Yep.
That would be helpful because my second, I also lost my connection on the other artifact. I haven't launched it back yet. The simplest thing for you to do would be just to read the times to me as it comes through. So he's coming through. This should be the end of lap 1, correct?
Yep.
All right.
So he has had a very bulky first lap here. I think he got a bit rattled having to jump straight into the car. But still should be a decent lap time. First lap of a 42.698. Always runs really deep into turn 1. Has to snatch 4th gear actually.
Jeez, that's a 2:10.782 for his first lap. Interesting to see what kind of trap speed he gets at the end of this straight. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh goodness, he's already showing new Pope.
Oh, he's actually doing what Simon was doing earlier. He's changing
man,
gear.
He's all over the place. Coming out of turn.
First car of the whole evening that has looked very, very nervous.
Extremely nervous.
So next time of a 43.226.
Oh goodness.
A lot better this time around though.
208.
In terms of the lines.
208 miles per hour. His average now is 209.487. All right, so hopefully. Oh goodness, that's a very nervous line.
Oh my God.
Not. Ooh.
Okay, it looks like he's calling it.
He's calling.
Waving off.
He's gonna wave it off. Okay. Well, that's our first wave off. And that means that he will be charged 1 attempt and be put at the end of the line. So that brings the first half of our qualifying to a conclusion. We will now get a much-deserved break. And while we are on our break, I have a short video I mentioned before that I'm going to show, showing the history of the 88 Indy 500, narrated by the voice of IndyCar racing, Paul Page. Hope you all enjoy.
track, please, you may move your cars out and will.
As race day dawns, every driver awakes with a feeling down deep that he's felt before, but yet a feeling that is unlike any of these other 30 days in May. Some will pass the feeling off as butterflies in the stomach. More aptly described, the sensation is one of intense anticipation. A year of preparation, in fact, a lifetime of dreaming and planning is now about to be compressed into one 3-hour time period. Like a high-powered telescope, time is now coming into focus. That focus is on 33 men anxiously awaiting their chance to run with the best. Each deals with his anticipation in a different way, following routine, breaking routine. One by one they arrive. A.J. Hoyt, Al Unser Jr., 85 winner Danny Sullivan, two-time winner Rick Mears. With more than 300,000 in attendance and millions more tuned in via ABC television and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network, there are still only 33 men today who know what one lap at Indy will be like.
Really, a lap at Indy, when you're running very strong, it's a long 2.5 miles. You've got a long front straightaway, and it's almost looking down a tunnel or a hallway, and it just seems to kind of disappear going into turn one, especially when you have 400,000 people surrounding the track. It's the old saying of basically threading the needle into turn one. That's exactly what you're doing, and to be able to do it at 200 miles an hour, that's covering 300 feet per second. You come off of turn one, you've scrubbed off a little bit of speed in turn one, so it makes turn two a little bit easier, and you run basically through there wide open. You run the same similar line in turn two as you do one as far as the apexes go, but it's a little bit more comfortable corner. Then you got the long back straightaway again, which makes turn three another difficult corner, and looking down a hallway. It's not quite as bad as front straightaway because of the grandstands. There aren't any on the back. When you enter turn three, again, threading the needle, very fine. And again, you scrub off a little bit of speed, which gives you get a run through the short chute between 3 and 4, and in turn 4 is basically a little bit more comfortable corner, depending on which way the wind's blowing. And then you're entering the long front straightaway again.
They're all aware of the danger. What each anticipates even more is the thrill of driving with the best. Only 33 drivers get this chance each year, and all 33 know they're about to have the ride of their lives. Being in the field, each driver has the same goal. But what does it take to win at Indy?
I think this is definitely a team effort to win this race. There's no one person that gets the job done. It takes everybody pulling together very hard. And all things going right at the right time, right place to be able to win this race. And I've just got to say the Penske team is the best in the business.
It looks real crowded. I think the first lap or two is just a matter of survival more than anything else.
Paced by the Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme pace car, and with heat waves on the track dancing like an elusive victory mirage in front of them, the field makes its final approach. And the 1988 Indianapolis 500 is underway. Into turn one with Rick Mears in second and Al Unser in third. But trouble in turn two. Scott Brayton loses control, collecting Roberto Guerrero and sliding into the wall. As the tires bounce and dust swirls, Tony Bettenhausen fails to elude the tangle and also stops against the outside wall. The yellow caution flag reigns in the field. trucks arrive. All drivers are out of their cars safely. And once again, Indy bears its power, reasserting to another Indy field just how delicately these first laps must be handled. On the restart, the field reshapes into a familiar pattern. Sullivan, Mears, Al Unser, who's hotly followed by his son, Al Unser Jr. Down the front stretch, Sullivan, Mears, and Unser bury the rest of the field as their team owner, Roger Penske, looks on. It's Stan Fox who's into the pits first with the first mechanical headache of the day. Meanwhile, it's still Sullivan and Mears blistering the field and the track. Pole sitter Mears is into the pits. He had been dropping back steadily with handling problems. As his crew works, Mears continues to lose precious time. Pit stops begin on lap 29. Front runner Danny Sullivan finds he can't shake an old nemesis, Mario Andretti. Speed in the pits is every bit as critical as speed on the track. The first to leave the pit will be the leader of the pack. There goes Sullivan. Andretti is falling behind. With every second, Andretti is losing the length of a football field. Back on the track, Sullivan is again the focus as he threads in and out of traffic. Teo Fabi finds a rear wheel is not bolted down, prematurely ending Porsche's first effort at Indy. It's Andretti into the pits with a possible transmission seal problem. Meanwhile, Sullivan continues to batter the rest of the field. The 1985 Indy 500 winner got his first IndyCar start in 1982 at Atlanta. After a tour of Formula One in '83, Danny rejoined the Indy ranks. Tom Sneva, making his 14th Indy start, loses control early and spins down the pit road. The Sneva misfortune allows Arie Luyendyk to move up to second position and a chance to catch Sullivan. The action up front can't detract from a fierce battle where Al Unser and Al Jr. vie for third position. And they're all in the pursuit of this man, Danny Sullivan. Al Jr. dives deep inside the line, trying to overtake his father, but just can't do it. It's Voigt into the turn 2 wall. His record 31st start in Indy comes to an abrupt end on lap 55. Sullivan takes this opportunity to pit. There, he joins Andretti, who has been pit side since the previous stop. On the restart, Ludwig Heimrath into the wall. He got tagged as the field was coming up to speed for the restart. The incident builds into major mayhem as leader Sullivan just barely skates by. The mishap also brings in second-place runner Luyendyk, who sustained front wing damage. With the field sorted out, it's still Sullivan in the lead. Behind him, the Unser battle again rages, with Al Unser Jr. slipping under his father to move up a position. As the race winds on, the laps begin to take their toll. Sullivan is in for a front wing alignment. Al Unser Jr. is sidelined with a bad CV joint. Al Unser is also in the pit with handling problems. All of this unscheduled action allows Rick Mears, who earlier suffered handling problems, to get by Sullivan, who unlap himself on lap 91. Steve Jaques loses it. Careening and spinning to a halt. Jaques is okay. Meanwhile, Jim Crawford, making the strongest run to date at Indy with a Buick, moves to the lead at mid-race. Suddenly, suddenly, it's Sullivan into the wall. Roger Penske watches as his 3 chances for victory diminish by 1/3. Crawford moves into the pits as Al Unser inherits the lead. This allows Unser to break the record held by Ralph De Palma since 1921 for the most laps led at Indy, now at 625 total laps. The pressure is immense. His 2 cars fighting for the lead and both locked in a wheel-to-wheel duel as the final chapter begins to unfold. Johnny Rutherford slams the turn 2 wall. The 3-time Indy winner becomes yet another casualty of this race of records. Unser is back in the pits. As he waits for service, Emerson Fittipaldi moves into second. Fittipaldi, who's quietly been moving up through the field all day, attracts some notice. The former Formula One world champion is making an impressive bid to conquer yet another renowned racing venue. As the race winds down, Mears continues to lead, recording the fastest lap ever recorded in competition at Indy, 209.517 miles an hour. But as the laps dwindle, the pressure mounts. With so much on the line at Indy, with so little distance to go, the 500 can play mind games with even the most experienced of drivers. He grips the steering wheel a little tighter, hears every turn of the engine, begins to feel every vibration.
Really the last 10 laps, if you're leading, or 20 even. It's, you know, you start hearing all kinds of different noises and, you know, thinking you may have a problem here, you may have a problem there, and that tends to pull your concentration away, which you have to keep focused on exactly what you're doing, because that's the time you can't make a mistake.
Rick Mears, so smooth, so in control. On a day of havoc at Indy, Mears has filtered through it all. Much like his own career, Mears has overcome setbacks on this day to regain the dominant position he's held all month at the Brickyard. Coxon flies a record 14th time. Michael Andretti's side pod lies in wait of rescue on the track with just 3 laps to go. As the Penske crew looks on, the end is now clear. The 1988 Indy 500 will finish under yellow with Rick Mears at the helm. A happy Penske crew celebrates as Mears makes his way to victory lane to join the party. It's the first time that the Indy race has finished under yellow for reasons other than weather since 1967. For the 3rd time in the past 10 years, Rick Mears visits the most cherished piece of racing real estate, Victory Lane. It's a record 7th visit for car owner Roger Penske. The win also marks a triumph for the Chevrolet engine, the first time since 1977 that the Indy 500 has not been won by a Cosworth. A beaten and exhausted Emerson Fittipaldi climbs from his car, comforted in the thought that he's conquered 2nd place at Indy. The largest Indy payout ever leaves Mears with a record $809,853 from a purse of over $5 million and a clean sweep for the Penske team. Rick Mears, a 3-time Indy winner, the champion of the 72nd running of the Indianapolis 500.
Okay, so we're back from our break. And it looks like we're about ready to start up qualifying again.
Yep, looks like the first 3 guys are more or less here and ready to go.
Okay. The first one to attempt qualification will be Pascal Khalid. Coxon's back in now, so. Oh, and there he goes. Okay, good.
It'll be interesting what he can do with March 87. And I believe this is a one-off for this event because I don't think Pascal has a season drive.
Yeah, this is a one-off drive. Actually, this is the car that bumped Gordon Johncock out of the field in 1988 at the very last minute, driven by Rich Vogler. So Khalid is coming through turn 4 now, and he will be starting his qualifying run.
Oh, he bumped wall.
Coming through now to start the run. Did he contact the wall there? Or?
Yeah, he bumped wall. Coming out for 4. Don't know if it was too hard a hit, but it definitely looked like pretty significant contact.
Alright, coming down the back straightaway now, he's driving an 87 March. Comes off the 4th turn. Oh, man, really has a wicked wobble there. First lap 43.15 or 115.
That lose of a moment almost harks back to 1973 on Sweet Savages.
Yeah, 208.744 miles per hour. That was a really serious moment there. If it looked serious from our point of view, it was probably way more serious where he was at. Through the short chute. Let's see if he's any better coming off of the turn this time. Still a bit of a wiggle.
Well, at least better than last time.
Lap 2 time is about to come in through. 43.446, so it's slower.
I think that moment may have spooked him a little bit.
Maybe.
Maybe
207.153 miles an hour. He's averaging 207.946 at this moment. Coming out of turn 4, we'll see if anything improves here.
Looked a lot smoother, so he could be quicker.
And he is a little quicker than the last lap, 43.351. 207.607 miles per hour. His average to this point, 207.832. So this would be the second slowest run of the day if this holds up. Turn 4. Down the long straight now. We'll see what the last time is. 42, his best lap, 42.842.
Almost 3/10.
Gives him a final 4-lap average of 208.389 miles per hour. So Pascal Khalid qualifies for the race. He is qualifier number 25. Or actually 24, I believe. So Richard Coxon is now on the track, and he is weaving back and forth, trying to warm up his tires, driving the Domino's Pizza Hot One. Matthew Hull put up a time of 2:11.128 for his 4-lap average, so we'll see who wins the Pizza Wars. Green flag for Richard Coxon of Sheffield, England.
We actually notched the apron then.
Yep.
Looked okay though. Got my Subaru 2.
Let's take a look. See what the story is.
Nice.
42.341 for his opening lap. 212.560 miles per hour. Nice and smooth so far.
And no real issues. Ooh, comes very close to the wall there.
Spoke too soon. A little bit of a wiggle coming off the corner there, but doesn't look too serious. Lap 2 is now complete, 42.287. And the speed average, 212.831 miles per hour. Richard Coxon is averaging 212.696. Winner of the 2015 Indy 500 HSO edition, driving a Gulf McLaren. Yeah, I've noticed with the Cosworth drivers that they're having difficulty maintaining speed in the turns. Some of the other...
I've experienced the same thing with the car.
It scrubs off a lot of speed. 42.293, so a tick slower than his last lap, but still very consistent. 212.801 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 212.731. He's on his final lap.
The Cosworth engine just doesn't quite have the grunt to, when the revs drop a little bit through the turns, to keep kicking the speed out of it. Really nice last lap though.
Yep,
should be
coming
really quick.
Through to take the checkered flag. 42.246. That brings his average to 212.807 miles per hour. Excellent run. That makes him qualifier number 25. 25 cars into the field now. Next car to run is Roberto Mello, and he's not here. Well, we'll give him a few minutes. It's 28 right now, so we're actually... We were running a little bit behind schedule, so now it's a matter of will Roberto Mello show up for his time? And if he does not, then that means we will go straight to Filipe Enrique, who is also not here. I'm going to refrain from commenting on this situation.
Probably best
yes.
left uncommon.
Yes, I think it speaks for itself. All right, so if we get to 35 minutes after the hour, which is 9 minutes from now, we're going to be going to the next car,
which would be Pascal Mikola.
Which would be Mikola. So Mikola's got a little bit of time to kill here while we wait for either Roberto Mello or Felipe Enrique or both to show up.
Hopefully they'll be here in the not too distant future.
Well, I mean, you know, if I'm Simon Wattman, I don't mind. They can take all the time they want if I'm Simon.
Very, very fair call indeed.
The other thing about the gamesmanship of bumping, if any of you have watched the qualifying. Oh wait, who's this? Enrique is in. All right. Well, in that case, we will. I think we're safe to.
I think we send Enrique.
Okay, send Enrique. I'm gonna put Mello down as a no-show.
Roberto Mello hasn't been on the forum since the 7th of May.
Well, that's too bad because I think he had a decent shot with the car that he had. And we're going to put him at the end of the line.
Just to reiterate to everyone watching, if you haven't done your run, join the server 15 minutes before. We want to get through these as quick as we can, so there's more time for bumping at the end of the session.
Yes. That is an excellent point. So now we have Felipe Enrique on the track. This could be an eventful run. He's driving a March 87C Cosworth. We'll see if he's been having difficulty in practice keeping this car underneath him. We'll see how he does.
He almost hit the wall warming up his
just there,
tires.
yeah. So he takes the green flag now. He has started his qualifying run. Entering turn number 1. Well, he gets down to the apex. Looks pretty decent.
Really nice line.
Nice line there, yeah.
For a bit more trouble here, though.
He came off okay.
Looked really nervous. Both into and out of that turn. Again, he looks to favor the sort of higher entry line.
Safer lines.
Yeah.
First lap 43.059. That's 209.016 miles per hour. For Felipe Enrique of Brazil. He's looking pretty smooth. Not bad. Comes off of 4. Okay, there he contacted the wall, and that takes him into the middle of the track. We'll see if that has any effect on his time. That was his fastest lap so far, 42.869.
Biggest worry now, did that damage his car though?
Yeah, that was a 209.941 mile an hour. He comes off the corner looking very tentative. His average to this point is 209.478. Coming off of turn 4. Looking pretty
a lot smoother and as
no
you
contact.
said, more careful.
His best lap yet, 42.475. And that brings him to an overall average of 210.275 miles an hour.
So he could break the 211 if he's able to get into the another 42, mid 42 here.
Possibly. Coming out of 4.
Looking really nice.
Yeah, that was good. Nice smooth exit. 42, 349. Great run for Felipe Enrique. That last lap was a 212.520. His overall was 210.832, just short of 211. Next up, Pascal Mikola. And he is already on the track. This is the car that Gary Bettenhausen tried to qualify in 1988, but couldn't get up to speed. There goes Pascal onto the track.
Which was partly down to the marches being a bit temperamental.
Yes.
And also, of course, both Bettenhausens were coming to a pretty old age for a race car driver at that point in time.
You know what? Gary was the fastest guy in 1991, so you can talk about age all you want.
I'm not saying it's bad as such. In a racing situation, it's perfect because you have a lot of experience to go with.
Well, Indianapolis is historically a circuit that favors experience. I mean, if you look at the races in the 70s, a lot of those races were won by people who had been racing at the Speedway for a long time. They were old guys. The first one to really break through that was Tom Sneva, and then eventually when Rick Mears arrived on the scene, that heralded a new era. But this is a track that favors experience.
Yep. And Pascal actually was driving in the 73 season last year, but didn't get to drive here.
42.560 for Pascal's first lap. That's 211.466 miles per hour. For that car, that's not bad.
Very nice lap there.
Yeah. Comes off a 2 with a little bit of a wiggle, but nothing too crazy. If you were to watch Pascal in practice, you would get the impression that he's just crazy all the time because he writes off one car after the other. But when he actually does get down to doing qualifying, and he is capable of driving within himself and driving smooth. It's just a matter of focus, I think. Lap 2 is complete, 42.523, so very consistent. $211.650. His average to this point, 211.558.
Ooh, we almost pushed up into the wall. Nash got onto the apron a little bit, and that unsettled his car.
Out of that turn, coming now into turn number 4. Smooth, looking good.
Very nice.
Lap number 3, 42.596. Very consistent laps.
Very impressive indeed. Everything within half a tenth.
That brings his average to this point to 211.468 miles per hour. One more corner to go.
And looking good.
Nice and smooth.
A very conservative line there. Good choice to take that.
Good run. Excellent run. And with that, Pascal Mikola qualifies for the Indy 500, 42. And he's going to be really happy because last year he missed the race. So I'm sure he's going to be really thrilled with this. 42.440 for his last lap, the best one. His average 212.064 on that lap. The 4-lap average 211.617 miles per hour. That's solid enough to get into the show. Good job.
Really nice drive.
Yeah. All right, so next up we have Filippo Marazzi, Italian driver, driving an AJ Foyt entry. This is one of the older cars in the field, a March 86C Cosworth.
The by far trickiest car to set up.
Yes, I think most people would agree with that. He's shifting up through the gears. Yeah, you have to set these things up so they're loose just so they can get through the corner, but it is like really difficult. Comes down, he's going to be taking the green flag now. And
Especially when the thing is, you can change just one click on the wing, or one turning of the wing, and that completely changes the characteristic of the car.
yeah, I mean, these cars were like that. They were tuned like violins a lot of the time. Just a quarter turn here or there, and suddenly it's not competitive. And with the changing weather in Indianapolis, I mean, we don't have to deal with that so much here, but you could have a car that'd be competitive one day, the next day if it's overcast, it's not, or if it's sunny, conversely.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was 1990. I think it was when it had rained for almost a whole month. And everyone was like, well, what the hell is, where the hell is all our speed?
Yeah, because it had washed away all the groove and... Alright, so first lap for Filippo is 43.963.
Because I think back then it cost almost a second of that.
Okay,
something like that.
This is a speed that's going to be marginal. 43.963 for the first lap, 204.718 miles per hour.
Nice second lap.
Second lap is better, yes. 43.636. .251 miles per hour, but he's averaging 205 for the two. That first lap really cost him. See if he can pick it up next two. But considering the considering the car he's driving, this is particularly good, smooth set of laps so far, if not quick. Wiggles a little bit there.
Running very wide, but keeps the speed up.
See what his third lap is coming in here. 43.850. Yeah, those wiggles cost him. To this point, he's averaging 205.403 miles per hour.
You can see in the middle of the turns how the car really is moving around on him. I don't think it can't be that nice to drive.
He'll be the 28th qualifier if he gets this car into the show. Comes around the corner here.
Looked like a nice last lap.
Yep. 43. Oh,
wow.
That's his best one. 43.380.
I think that's the first really inconsistent set of laps we've seen.
Yeah, he was really all over the... He did a lap of 204, then 206, then 205, and the final one is 207. So that gives him a 4-lap average of 205.916 miles per hour. So next up is Michal Janek. And this is another March 86C powered by a Cosworth.
And he's using a slightly different way to heat up his tires and such, because I noticed he was braking through turn 2, sorry. Not sure that works in our factory as such, but in real life that's more like what they would do, trying to heat up the brake rotor and get that out into the wheel and then into the carcass of the tire.
now he's going to be taking the green flag. Yeah, he's really been struggling with this car all month to try to get it up to speed.
Looking good so far, though.
Mhm. Oh no, he spins! No, 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 no! Boom! Shoot!
Ouch.
Dang! Well, we've had our first accident of the session. Mikhail Yannick. Goodness. So, and he's left the game. So, next up at this point is going to be, I believe, Dana Schurer. And here she comes. USAC 73 champion, Dana Schurer, native of New Jersey. Takes to the track. Someone who definitely commands a lot of respect on ovals. Knows what she's doing. Not to be taken lightly. And she, in the previous two races, she had a March 87 C, and now she's driving an 88. So this is a brand new car. So she's got better equipment. Be really interesting to see what happens here. Comes down to take the green flag. You had the pleasure of watching a lot of her races last year, Jonathan.
He is. Very impressive to watch because always very consistent and always getting around troubles that others can't seem to work out.
Coming through the short chute now and getting ready to complete her first lap. First lap, 41.954. Nice. $214.521 miles per hour for lap number 1. Nice and smooth. Coming to the end of the second lap, and it's faster, 41.846.
Really impressive indeed.
Yeah, 215.074. The average to this point, 214.797 miles per hour. Dana Schurer.
This really shows her proficiency on ovals. Being that quick with a Cosworth engine is amazing.
She's got it set up really nicely. Comes off looking really smooth right out to the outside wall. Very nice. Lap 3 complete now. 41.813. Really nice. 215.244 miles per hour. The average to this point, 214.946 miles per hour. She's on her final lap. Lap 4, the best one by just 2 thousandths, 41.811.
Not a very consistent run.
Yeah, another really good 2:15.023 is her 4-lap average for Dana Schur. Next up is Peter Hlavik in the Gordon Johncock 87C Cosworth.
The car that was bumped was the last car to be bumped in '88, and the very last run of the bumping duel that occurred.
So that actually puts Dana Schur, that puts her on the inside of row 3.
Wow.
That's an excellent run.
Bit of a wiggle coming out of turn 4 on his outlap, but looks like the car is very, very well settled.
So we have 28 cars qualified right now for the race. Fastest being Michael Drexler, the slowest one being Simon Watman. So very quickly we're going to get into the bumpage. So high drama will ensue, right?
Definitely. There would be no way around it.
Especially with the number of cars we have lined up to qualify.
Indeed, I think it's 10, 12 cars or something. That's too many.
Yes, lap 1 for Peter Hlavik is complete. 42.732. That's 210.615 miles per hour. This is a one-off drive for Peter. He's not a regular driver in this series. Comes out into the short chute, real close to the wall.
But a really nice line.
Turn 4. Yeah, nice line. Looking very smooth. Lap 2, 42.443. And the speed average 212.049 miles per hour. So he picked up 2 miles an hour on that almost. Average speed to this point is 211.32 or 330 right now.
Again, very close to the wall, but getting a good line through
Very
4.
smooth. Very, very smooth.
A bit of a wiggle.
Lap 3 complete. 42.346, his best yet. 212.535 miles per hour. The average speed to this point, 211.730. And he's on his final lap. If Carnegie were here, he'd say, "Bring him on in to the checkered flag." And here comes Peter through the north chute into turn 4. Very consistent run as far as line goes, but he just gets progressively faster with each lap. Lap 4, 42.367. So a little slower on his last lap, but not too much.
You cursed him with that comment on being faster each lap.
I don't believe in that silliness. 211.904 is Peter Hlavik's qualifying average. So I mean, that seems like a safe average to me. Oh boy, I just realized I'm coming up soon here.
So am I.
Yeah. Bob Halada, my teammate, with the Lola Cosworth, driving the McKenzie-sponsored Lola. He had been driving, actually, Mikhail Yannick's car earlier this year, I believe, and was really glad to step out of that car, I think.
Well, you can't blame him for that.
No. 29 cars qualified now. The slowest one in the field is Simon at 182.169 miles an hour. The second slowest, which is probably a better benchmark for what the slowest speed will need to be to get in the field, is 205.916 miles per hour by Filippo Marazzi. All right, so let's see what Bob Halata is able to do in his first lap here as he comes off turn 4. Bob's worked really hard on his setup and has been looking good on the server. I've been watching him. 42.318.
Wow.
Nice lap.
And that's definitely a fast one.
212.675 miles per hour. Great opening lap. Comes off at turn 2.
And he's not even using all of the tracks, so he's doing this well within his own ability.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Lap 2 complete, 42.304. Very consistent. 212.746 miles per hour. Average speed to this point, 212.711.
Well, I leave you and run down to my car and get ready for my run, so...
Well, then nobody's going to be calling anything. Because I'm going to be getting in my car. Well, I guess we're going to have silence on the broadcast for a bit.
Could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I suppose. Could be worse. Lap 3 complete for Bob Halata. 42.325. Bob's really matured a lot. This is I mean, last year he was quite green to racing with other people, but at least from what we could tell. But this is a very smooth, consistent run. I think it bodes well for his chances in the race.
Definitely so.
Mm-hmm. Coming off of 4. See what his final lap gives him here. 42.280. Oh! Okay, so next up is Jonatan Acerclinth. And he is qualifying this car for Carol Markinizin. So he will not actually be in the race.
User joined your channel.
Who be in the booth?
This be David Jaques. Hopefully it's alright to barge in.
User joined your channel.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Oh, and we got the Jiffy Cake Mix team in here as well. So Jonatan is now on his qualifying run. Per Indy rules, assuming this car is not bumped from the field, Carol can get into the car and
User
start last.
disconnected from your channel.
So Jonatan's on that run right now. So we have 30 cars qualified now for the race. So won't be long now, David will be seeing bumpage.
Well, it's been exciting so far watching what I can of the broadcast.
44.
You guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. 44.199. Well, it's been made easier with Jonathan's help, I gotta say. 44.199. 203.625 miles an hour. Jonathan's gonna have to pick it up.
Yeah, definitely a little bit for sure.
Maybe his tires are just cold. We'll see. See if the lap gets any better. Coming out of the Third turn now into the fourth turn. The line looks really smooth. Lap 2 about to be completed. That's better. 43.754. 205.695 miles per hour. His average to this point, 204.655.
Now is the point where
Yeah,
things get tricky.
He's
Do you
gonna
wave off or keep going?
If I were him, I would not. I would just try to get this run in. At this point, waving off doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Coming off of 4, let's see what this lap. This looks like a good lap. We'll see what it is. 43.482.
Much better.
Yeah, much better. He's into a groove now. Hopefully it's not too late. 206.982. His average now is 205.424, so that would put him at the back of the field. But it may end up being a speed that's good enough. We'll see.
That's where I was saying maybe that first lap, if you could improve on that, that would make a big difference to the overall.
Yeah. Comes out of turn 3 into 4. We're going to see now what his average is.
It's going to be close.
It is. I mean, well, close in terms of, is it going to hold up? I don't know.
Indeed.
43.434. So very close to the last lap.
User joined your channel.
And that gives Jonatan an overall average of 205.868 miles per hour. So I'd say it's probably marginal. We'll see.
Steady improvement over all the laps.
Yeah,
that's
steady improvement. All right. Now the guy.
I'm disappointed.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, all right. So now it's my turn to go.
Good luck, Jason.
Yeah. We'll see.
No, it's not your turn.
What do you mean it's not my turn?
Francois before you.
Oh, Francois. Why was I thinking it was me? Maybe it was... Okay, I forgot.
And Jason Whited.
My doppelganger. Okay, well, this is interesting. Francois Remen is driving This is the blowtorch. It'll be interesting to see if this car can make the field. So 31 cars are in the race right now. Here comes Francois.
I just got to say, overall, everybody's doing a really good job of...
Yeah, we mentioned that. It's really shocking, well, maybe not shock, maybe shocking is not the right word, but just it is very impressive, the level of... All right, I'm going to run through the grid real quickly here. Row 1, Michael Drexler, Jari Brupacher, Alberto Ibanez. Row 2, David Saber, David Jaques, and Jason Fitch. Row 3, Dana Schurer, Jakob Fredriksson, and Peter Blom. Row 4, Martin Lacina, David Yunt, and Raul Yareb. Row 5, Grant Riddall, Rob Swindells, and Adam Hackman. Row 6, Richard Coxon, Juha Boss, and Richard Wilkes. I've lost count of the rows again. God damn. 4, 5, 7. Row 7, Bob Halata, Peter Hlavik, and Pascal Mikola. Row 8, Yves Placé, Lee Simpson, and Jan Kowalski. Row 9, Matthew Hull, Philippe Enrique, and Greg Delacella. Row 10 is Pascal Khalid, Filippo Marazzi, and Jonatan Acerclinth. And the lone occupant of the 11th row right now is Simon Watman. So 31 cars qualified.
Francois just about to finish his first time lap.
All right, let's have a look what he's got.
Looks like he has reasonable top speed and reasonable corner speed.
First lap, 43.102.
Oh.
not looking very stable.
No, not. 43.102, that translates to 208.807. That's still faster than the bottom of the order. That's faster than, frankly, I would have expected in this car. It's got a sound similar to the Buick because it's similar in displacement. Similar size, it's 3.4 liters.
Well, the last time through turn 1, he used every inch of track on the exit. We'll see how he gets through this time.
Yeah, 42.979. Faster still. It's 209.404 miles per hour. His average to this point, 209.105. That's really good with this car, I gotta say.
This lap so far, he's done a really good job. He's moved the apexes further back around the corner, and he's getting right down and getting good exits. A little high that time.
Lap 3 about to be completed. 43 flat almost. 43.001. That's 209.297. His average to this point, 209.169. Coming down to turn 3 for the final time. What's happening? Did he blow his engine?
Or run out of fuel?
Oh no! He's coming to the line. Oh!
Waving off? Last minute?
Is he waving off? What's he doing? Somebody ask him what he's doing. Or did he leave? He's gone.
He is
I
exiting.
think you run out of fuel, I think.
Oh, jeez. Fuel.
Cutting it a little too tight.
Oh, unbelievable. All right. Well, next up is Jason Whitehead. Oops. Where's he at? There he is. Driving the Subway-sponsored March 87C Cosworth.
Secondary sponsorship by Pizza Hut, so we got another pizza contender.
Well, the pizza wars are currently being won by Richard Coxon. We should have a pizza cup in the race and give it to the pizza car that does the best. Well, no, wait. Pizza Hut is the sponsor of Matthew's car.
They're two-timing. They're trying to get double the odds.
Yes. Okay, we have confirmation via the YouTube channel that it was fuel that that caused Francois' end of that run. So he's going to have another shot later. That's one attempt.
He had a pretty good run going, too. That's a shame.
Yeah, he did. That's too bad. If you told me that we would have had one accident so far in this qualifying session, I wouldn't have believed you. 43.063, nice opening lap.
Based on my own practice sessions, if you would have told me I would have got through clean, I wouldn't have believed you.
No, that's silly.
Never mind everybody else.
208.996 for Jason Whitehead's opening lap. Uh-oh, is he showing some vapor at the back there? Looked like he was for just a second. Maybe my eyes were fooling me. Lap 2. 43.133. 208.656 miles per hour. see how this lap looks. It looks got a good line.
Definitely fighting with it a little bit on the final bit of the corners.
42.877.
Oh, oversteer moment there on entry.
And that's a
Did a good job of holding on to it. Didn't lift, I don't think, either. That was fantastic.
Wow. 209.903 miles per hour. And that gives him a average to this point of 209.184 miles per hour.
The thing to watch for, though, is if he's overheated the tires, it's only going to get worse unless he can calm down and get it back underneath him.
Well, he's only got one corner to go. Now one straightaway to go.
He was successful.
Lap 4 comes in at 42.785. Nice run for Jason Whitehead. His 4-lap average, 209.475. So that's 32 cars qualified.
Your turn, Jason. Good luck.
Oh boy. Well, you guys can go ahead and do commentary if you want. I'm going to do a little bit of trickery with the. I'm going to move TeamSpeak to. Let's see. Can I even do this? I don't know. All right. Well, you guys can talk if you want. I'm just going to drive. I will do my best to not let it.
Take your headset off would be the best I can say, unless you get your
then I can't hear
engine
the
sound
car.
there.
Then I can't hear the
okay.
car.
Well, that would not work then.
Someone tell Peter to move.
Yeah, Peter, if you just hit the race button.
Peter, get out of there.
Out of the way.
I'm trying to get out of the garage. Come on. Oh.
Reverse and go out the other one.
Yeah, I suppose I could do that. All right. Wait, let me...
Wait, I will leave the track. I will leave the track.
All right.
I just left.
Okay. Okay.
That's weird.
Good luck, Jason. Thanks for all your work today. Certainly everybody that runs HSO, they do a lot of work that nobody sees just to prepare for these things, so hats off to them. I believe Jason's the final Buick runner. If not, he's one of the few Buick runners tonight. Engine's good for a lot of power, maybe not so good for the fuel economy, but that's a problem for the race. For qualifying, should be pretty stout.
Here's the second last Buick runner since Bruno Chacon waved off his lap, and he'll be running a bit later tonight in his second attempt.
Alright, at least last of the first attempts. That was somewhat right. But yes, you're absolutely right. Hopefully Bruno can get that Poncho Carter car going.
So here comes White out of the last turn to begin his hot lapping 4 laps here, taking the green flag. Very late turn into one, taking a very wide line. Bit tighter there. Staying well clear of the wall.
One of the hard things is getting in cold, not being able to warm up immediately beforehand, so it always takes a couple corners to get back in the groove. There he goes.
Oh, he's in the wall. A bit of a lift in the middle of the turn to settle the car. Yeah, I agree with you. I had the same issue when I jumped into the car just now. Still, his first lap is a 42.215. So a very good lap. Not quite as fast as you were able to do, David, but still a good lap. Nice run through there, staying about the tires width away from the white lines.
Yeah, he's running really good. Looks like he's doing a little better than me on corner speed.
Ooh, second lap of 41.777. So that's about a 217, I think, mph lap. That. It looks very aggressive when turning into the turns, but the car settles very nicely.
Yeah, he's doing great. We're looking. He's challenging for the second row here.
Third lap of a 41.800, just a little bit slower than the previous one. Oh, getting very close to the wall. I think he may even have nudged you there. Stays off the wall, coming onto the start-finish straight though, and comes ahead to finish his fourth and final flying lap. And that's a 41.915.
Very solid run. Easily in the grid, I believe somewhere.
That's not a solid run.
It's solid.
Oh.
More solid than mine though. I mean, my first lap of 44.1.
True enough. All right. So next is Raymond Ridal. And he's... is he here? Yeah, he's there. Okay.
The father of previous runner Grant Ridal.
Mm-hmm.
Amway's very proud of you.
Yeah. I'm going to get a congratulatory phone call from Dick DeVos, I'm sure. Let's see. I'm going to enter my times here now.
Do you have 5 friends?
Hmm?
Do you have 5 friends?
Do you have 5
want
friends?
to earn extra money on the weekends?
Oh, God.
User disconnected from your channel.
See, somebody doesn't like Amway, they just left. Well, that gets me in the show. Okay. Thanks, guys, for calling that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope we didn't talk over.
No, you're fine. I had jittery Joe syndrome or whatever. I always do when we do this thing. Okay, Ray Ridal is going to be starting his run now, I believe.
Yep.
Yep, here we go.
So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with a 1-year-old car.
Yep. I'm really surprised that he selected this car, because at the time that he did, there were other 88 Lolas available. I found that really strange.
Clearly he must prefer it for some reason or another.
I don't know.
Thinking about the same line as you did for that, Jason. Looking really nice with that.
Oh God, I'm so relieved. I'm on the outside of row 3, so at least I'm not in the middle. I don't like being in the middle. All right, lap 1 complete for Ray Ridal. 41.9.
Wow.
975 in a car like that. What the hell? What's he doing?
He clearly knows something no one else does.
Yeah, he sure does. 214. 505 miles per hour on his first lap. That's incredibly good for that car.
And for that car, I think he's working some magic. Oh, I think he notched the outside wall coming out of 4 then.
41.948. Yeah, a little bit slower that lap.
No, that's actually a little bit quicker.
Oh,
by about 5 thousandths.
I'm hungry. 214.551 miles an hour, the average to this point, 214.528.
Then that's some
nice
fantastic
laps.
pace. Another very nice line.
The one thing about the 1-year-old Lola is it's actually a little easier to go fast in a straight line. It's harder to get it to bite in the corners, but it's actually very good for straight line speed.
Lap 3, 42.027. So that, okay, that one is slower. $214.148. His average to this point, 214.401.
Unless something drastic happen, I think he'll stay in the 214s then.
Mm-hmm.
Which 221 with that Cosworth, I believe, right? That's very fast straight line speed for that engine.
All right.
This is a fantastic run as it comes up to the finish line to finish his 4th lap.
Brilliant.
Wow.
41.888. Okay, so Richard, if you're listening, I would like to take 1 second here just to check the overall field, just to see if we've, I believe the field is full, or we may have had our first bump. I could be wrong. Let me, see. Let's see. Yes, we have a full field, and Simon Wattman has been bumped. Simon is 34th fastest, so the bumping has begun. The car on the bubble now is Jonatan Acerclinth.
And I can't see myself staying inside the bubble, to be fair.
Well, you got the time. The speed to beat is 207.210. Okay, so next car in line is Alan Forrester. Where's he at?
Oh no.
Oh my!
Next
Oh,
is
Claudio
Augusto.
Augusto.
Still got Claudio, Steve, and Mick to qualify,
Right.
and then we're on to the reruns.
I'm hungry.
Then go get something to eat.
I can't get something to eat.
Sorry, I couldn't constrain myself.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a March 86C Cosworth that Claudio is driving.
This could be a challenging car.
Mm-hmm. It could be. For those of you just tuning in, bumpage has begun. Simon Wattman is the first car to be bumped out of the field. The car that's on the bubble right now is Jonatan Acerclinth in the number 27 March. Here comes Claudio Augusto out of turn 4. He's going to take the green flag this time by.
Oh, a lot of push. Oh.
Man.
I'm clenching just watching this.
Alright. Let's see what the first lap is. The speed to beat to get into the field is 207.211 miles per hour. That's the bubble speed. First lap, 43.664. That's a speed of 206.119. Not fast enough. So, Jonatan, you're safe so far. Whoa, very Very late entry into the corner there.
Well, it looked like he kept speed up pretty well.
He did. Coming down the straightaway, lap 2 is much faster.
Wow.
43.196. That's a speed of 208.352 miles per hour. He's averaging 207.231 or 230. So if he keeps this up, he will bump Jonatan out of the field. High drama. Comes out of turn 4. Let's have a look at 42.
Wow.
936. So barring a fuel mishap or a crash, looks like you're going to have to get back in line, Jonatan.
I was expecting that even before he began his run, but this is really impressive with that old chassis.
Yeah, it's a 2-year-old car. This is pretty amazing, actually. He's averaging 208.018, which is more than good enough to put him...
Oh, that was close.
Whoa! Holy smokes.
He's going at it though.
Yeah.
Holy God.
Go big or go home.
Wow.
Coming off of the 4th turn, let's see what the final lap is.
I don't mind being beaten by that kind of driving.
43.044. It's
really impressive.
That moment cost him there a little bit, but still 209.088, and that gives him an average of 208.285. So that puts him into the field. Jonatan Acerclinth is bumped. Sorry.
Just a question regarding the running. If someone is bumped, do they automatically go to the end of the line, or do they need to request?
No, they have to ask to go to the end of the line.
Right,
in the R Factor chat.
Yes, please.
This is not the R Factor chat. Sorry, I just...
No, well, I wrote for Claudio when to Richard, but I'll write again.
Alright, cool. So, who's next?
Time to do some
Steve
last minute.
Parker.
Steve Parker. This ought to be a solid run, I would think. There he is. Steve Parker, one of the HSO mainstays, driving the Skull Bandit, number 98. This is a Lola T88, and it's powered by a Cosworth. I'm going to put you in the back of the line now, Jonatan. I'll tell you what, this is tiring work.
You've done a great job.
But it's fun.
I wouldn't have been able to do it. You're doing fabulous.
Thanks very much. I'm gonna go see my mother for Mother's Day dinner after this. I will have to watch myself so that I don't consume too many Campari and sodas. We're going to an Italian restaurant, so you have to drink Italian, mixed drinks. At least I think you have to. Lap 1.
You have to make it needs to match.
Exactly. 42.220 for Steve Parker.
Very respectable time for
Yeah,
that
start out
engine chassis combo.
2:13.169 for his first lap speed. We wanted to mention too that Steve recently. We were mentioning Bob Wilson earlier. Steve lost a family member recently, and I think that in this case, it's like you say to yourself, well, immerse yourself in what you enjoy, and that's what he's doing. So, But Steve is one of the linchpins of HSO, a really solid driver, someone we can always count on for quality driving. Lap 2 complete, 42.209. .213.225. The average speed so far for the 2 laps, 213.197.
Just needs to maintain this pace. Looks to be solidly in.
The car that's on the bubble right now is Filippo Marazzi at a speed of 207.468.
He's got a Skull Bandit Hot Wheels that he's setting on fire right now.
Yeah, a voodoo toy.
Exactly. Running a very clean line. Getting good drive off. No drama.
42.162 is the time in the last lap. And the last one is 42.143. 4-lap average for Steve Parker is 213.354 miles per hour. All right, so next we have the very last car that is scheduled to run of the first run cars, and that's Mick Chapman. There he goes. Mick is driving another 86C Cosworth. So the car that's on the bubble now is Claudio Augusto, who just qualified a little bit ago. The speed to beat is 209.088.
So Filippo has been bumped.
Filippo has been bumped. And we still have 45 minutes to go in this session, so anything can happen. Lap 1 is now underway for Mick. This is Tom Bigelow's car. This car actually will appear a few more times in the series as a one-off. It's not a regular series car. This is great because we've saved a bunch of time with everybody being punctual, and we have lots of time for bumpage.
Mick's doing a great job. He used all the track. He's running a really aggressive line.
43.168 on the first lap.
He's trying to get all he can out of that car.
And the speed average, 208.487. It's not fast enough at this point to bump.
It's going to be... His whole run's going to be on the edge. He's got to push everything he's got.
Uh, 43.054. That's 209.039, and that brings his average up to 208.763. Still not fast enough. 3, 42.790. Okay, this is going to be interesting.
He's picked it up.
He has picked it up. And his average to this point is 209. He is fast enough. 209.282. So if he keeps this up, he will bump Claudio Augusto out of the field.
Really nice lines in 3 and 4.
All right, coming off of turn 4. Let's see what he's got. 42.
Even faster.
Yeah, even faster. 42.777. And that gives him a qualifying average of 209.559. Claudio Augusto has been bumped. The car on the bubble now is Pascal Khalid with a time of 210.074. So you need to get the price of poker is going up, as Bobby Unser would say. My goodness, the speed to get into this race is a lot higher than I thought it would be, by like 5 miles per hour.
I was just going to say, if I recall, I think earlier in the broadcast you were saying 205 is probably going to be the mark. So yeah,
I was way off.
Very impressive. Everybody's really got their cars hooked up.
They do.
Simon Watman wants another go.
Okay.
So add him to the queue.
I'm going to put him in the queue.
And so does Filippo Marazzi.
Okay. This is fun. I love this part.
Good someone does.
Oh, come on.
Well, you don't have to try and make the cut, though.
That's true. I don't have to, but
And I even have someone else's race on my shoulder.
yeah, that's true. You've somebody else watching, hoping that they're going to be in the.
So who's bumped now? The latest.
The latest car that was bumped was Claudio Augusto. Pascal Khalid is on the bubble now with a speed of 210.074.
User joined your channel.
Okay, Alan Forrester. Hopefully his connection is good, and he can complete this run.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to see the timesheet. What were his laps like the last time that he ran?
He did decent laps last time. All right, lap
41.9.
41.9. I don't think there's any question that he's capable of getting in.
Indeed.
Uh, 214.459 miles per hour for Alan Forrester on lap 1. Into turn 3, looking smooth.
Right now, at this juncture, it's definitely a matter of just got to make this run clean.
Yeah,
and finish it
I mean,
all
there's no real need for him to push insanely hard. 41.734. Because everybody has 3 shots to get in, and even though we've got a lot of time left, we have basically about a little more than a half an hour. Actually, a little less than 45 minutes. So there's a lot of stuff that could happen here. Coming out of turn 4, lap number 3. .658. That's a lap speed of 216.045 miles per hour. He's on his final lap. His average to this point, 2:15.383. So if he can just complete this lap, he'll be good. Pascal Khalida is on the bubble right now with a speed of 2:10.074, and he most likely will be bumped.
Pascal is actually 2:08. What everyone's saying according to the timing.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong. Table. My apologies. Yes, his speed is 2:08. I was looking at the last lap speed he did. Yeah, so that's it for so Alan Forrester is now in the field with a last lap is 41.672, and that brings his average to 2:15.530. So Pascal Khalida is bumped. The car on the bubble now is number 87, Jason Whitehead, and he has a speed.
Pascal wants to run again.
Okay, we can do that.
What was Jason Whitehead's speed?
209 point. Look here, 209.475. So next we have
Bruno Chacon.
Chacon's going out. This will be attempt number 2. He waved off the first one.
What is the speed needed to make the field now, Jason?
The speed needed to make the field is 209.475. That's the bubble speed.
Ah, right.
That's where we're at the moment. Bruno Chacon on the course. March Buick. Come on, man. Do the Buick guys proud. Buick Brigade.
On paper, this should be a good combo, but it's definitely a tough one to get dialed in.
Bruno was looking good in practice.
Yeah, he was. That's why I think we were all kind of amazed at he had difficulty in his first run, but he called it off because he was like, no, I can do better than this. And the irony is, the same thing happened to this car in real life. Pancho Carter waved off his run, saying, no, we can do better than this. So it's history repeating itself at HSO once again. Bruno's first lap is 42.485. And that is a lap speed of 2:11.839.
Claudio Augusto wants to run again.
Okay. Bumpage. Lap number 2, 42.512.
Who is out now?
Pascal
Who's on the
Khalida.
bubble, I should say.
On the bubble right now is
Jason Whitehead.
Jason Whitehead. Did I detect a lift there?
Oh yes, there was a big one on the exit 3 there. He had the line, it just must have been
Engine!
Oh, his engine's gone. Dang.
Already thought I saw some smoke half a lap ago. My God.
Alright.
Oh, that's a shame, he had the pace. He's got one more go.
He's got one more shot to get in.
Somebody tell him to put his radiator up, I think.
Yeah, he needs to put it up a shade.
Oh.
That's too bad. So, Jason Whitehead has a reprieve.
Berto Mello isn't here, and I'm not giving him the time of day.
No, move on. Let's go to the next one. Yannick, he's up next. At this point, we're not waiting for people.
Nope.
If you look at the chart, there's no time associated. We're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, now it becomes who's in line.
Now it becomes who's here, because there's no point in waiting. All right.
So Bruno will go to the end of the list again.
All right.
Is Francois in the server?
I don't
He
know.
is.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Yes, I know if I have time to do a quick check here.
I think Michael crashed on his first attempt. Hope he can do better in the second one.
Yes, this is attempt 2 for Mikael. He crashed on lap 1 of his attempt, I believe. This is attempt number 2. He's really struggled with this car all month to get it up to speed. So, as Pascal Kalidas said, did he wants to get back in line?
He did after. I think he's in between Marazzi and Augusto.
Okay.
Yes, he's before Augusto.
All right.
His car is looking more stable now.
Well, maybe he made some changes.
Yeah.
While he was off the server. We'll see.
Ooh, might need to find a little pace though. 43.5, first lap.
Yeah. Yeah, for a first lap, that's 43.515. The speed average for that is 206. Yeah, that's not fast enough to make the field. He's gonna have to pick it up.
We've still got whited on the bubble then.
Yep, the bubble.
Bubble.
It is bubble time. That's what Derek Daly used to say on the broadcast all the time. It was bubble day. Lap 2, 43.042, so it is faster, but still he's getting closer, but not. I don't know if it's fast enough.
No, you gotta overcome that first lap. So now the next two gotta be much quicker even than the.
Yeah, he's averaging 207 right now. The speed to beat is Jason Whitehead with 209.475. So he's got
needs 211 laps back to back.
Yeah,
that's a stretch at this.
That's
juncture.
I don't think he's. I mean, we'll see.
He's certainly gonna do his best. Quicker, but not quick enough.
.43030. He's going faster, but not fast enough. .208.354 at this point. That first lap really cost him. 43.010. So yeah, that's unfortunately that's not
wow,
bad.
Yeah, laps 2 through 4, the 3 laps in a row, were all within 1/10 of each other, within half a tenth of each other.
They were all great,
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Maybe somebody can explain to Bruno. He can have a third attempt, I think.
I've already said to him.
Oh, cool.
All right, so next up is Francois.
Now he was going pretty quick on his first attempt, I think. Until he ran out of gas.
Yeah, he ran out of fuel. So here he comes. This is a temp. Go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
There's potential for Whited to be bumped on this run then.
Yes, there is. Yes, absolutely. There's possibility.
Then who is on the bubble?
It would still be Whitehead on the bubble.
No, if he's
Oh,
bumped.
after that, then Greg Delacella's on the bubble. God, we're seeing a lot of... We're getting into some names here that we wouldn't have thought would have been on the bubble. And there's still a half an hour to go, or 28 minutes to go in this session. Drama, drama, drama.
In the real 88 event, Jason, what was the slowest qualifying time in miles per hour?
Like 2:07 something.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are faster than the real filter.
Yes, we are.
Ooh.
I think that's to be expected any time with sim racing. We don't have bills to pay or
yeah, no
bonus to
kidding.
break.
Lives at stake.
Lives at stake,
Yep.
things like that.
Yes.
Just for our viewers, Alan Forrester, that second attempt, that puts him on the outside of the second row. So that, I don't think anybody questioned his ability to do that. All right, so yes, Jason Whitehead is on the bubble right now.
User joined your channel.
Run.
Actually, sorry?
Yannick would like another run.
Okay. This will be his third and final attempt. Actually, I was just updating the list by laps, by the 4-lap average, and the guy on the bubble after Whitehead, if he gets bumped, will be Mick Chapman, and then Delacella.
This looks like a very solid run from Francois.
It does. The first lap was 42.92. 23. The second lap was 42.881. Thank God for this Google sheet. Good grief. Coming down to complete lap number 3. What's he got?
Got a little wiggle entering 4, but he held on to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say he has a very nervous car.
Yeah, but hope he has enough fuel this time.
I would think he wouldn't make that mistake twice. 42.790 for his third lap. His average to this point is 209.963, which is fast enough. That would put him 33rd.
About a half mile an hour, I think, faster than Jason Whitehead.
just fast enough with the blowtorch. Coming to the line. Fourth lap.
Oh, slightly slower. It's going to be close.
43.006. Let's see what it works out to. 209.790. He's in. And
Whitehead is bumped.
Jason Whitehead is bumped. Let me update the... I'm going to resort the list here.
Yeah, how does that compare to next? Does that put him right back on the bubble?
It could. Chapman is now... It does, actually. Chapman is now on the bubble, and if he gets bumped, Francois back on the bubble.
What was mixed time?
Mixed speed was 210.393.
I thought Francois just did it too, and so.
Jonathan, this is his second attempt. Is he taking the green now? I believe. Oh, no, that was his first lap. 43.419. That's a 207.282. Not nearly fast enough, unfortunately. Oh, did he strike the wall there? Looked like it. Oh no! A spin!
No!
Jonathan spins! Oh no! In the north chute. Well, there goes that run, unfortunately. Jonathan has one more chance.
Is he waving off yet?
Hmm?
Is he waving off? Or he spun, so yeah.
I would assume he's waving off. I'm going to list it as a spin.
Either that or a hit wall. Both works.
Alright. Okay, Simon's on the track again. Let's see if he can squeeze any more speed out of this Chevrolet. Here he comes. So while he's getting warmed up, I will run through the grid as it stands right now. Row 1, Michael Drexler, Jari Brupacher, and Alberto Ibanez. Row 2, David Saber, David Jaques, and Alan Forrester. Row 3, Jason Fitch, Dana Scherer, and Jakob Fredriksson.
Oh.
What?
I think he forgot to put his boost on, Simon.
Ain't got any.
He doesn't have any boost.
Oh, shit.
Continuing with the grid, row 4, that's me, Jason White, Raymond Rudall, and Peter Blum. Row 5, Martin Lucina, David Yunt, and Raul Ureb. Row 6, Grant Rudall, Steve Parker, Rob Swindells. Row 7, Adam Hackman, Richard Coxon, Juha Boss. Row 8, Richard Wilkes, Bob Halada, Peter Hlavik. Row 9, Pascal Mikkel, Yves Blase, Lee Simpson. Row 10 is Jan Kowalski, Matthew Hull, and Philippe Enrique. And row 11 right now is Greg Delacella, Francois Remen, and Mick Chapman.
Jonatan wants to run again.
Okay.
And we've still got Mick Chapman on the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Just one of those things need run so hard, so on the limit right now just to make the grid then.
Yeah, I know.
So just a quick question, who do I end up after?
You're after Yannick.
Okay, thank you.
So Simon's first two laps, first lap is 46.006. Second lap, 45.647. So it is faster than what he did before. But
Not fast enough.
Not fast enough. Still not fast enough. And I think we all figured that this car was a real long shot to get into the field. Lap 3, 45.814. So his average to this point is 196.411.
should give him a Cosworth, I think.
Yeah. Why Dale Coyne soldiered on with this car is beyond me. I mean, the obvious answer is it didn't cost a lot of money to run, but still. Certainly was no match for the thoroughbreds. And 45.763. So that's still... Simon is still on the outside looking in, unfortunately. Filippo Morazzi is next. Nice sounding engine, though. Here comes Filippo. So it's Mick Chapman who's on the bubble. And just to remind everybody, the time to beat with Chapman, or the speed to beat is 209.559. That's the speed to beat with Mick. That's Chapman's speed to beat.
What is Filippo currently at?
Filippo's last run was 205, so he's going to have to improve. He's going to have to improve quite a lot. So coming onto the backstretch now. This is obviously one of the older cars in the field, so getting it up to speed, although we have seen some people with 86 marches that can get speed out of them. Oh, he brushes the wall.
Big hit.
Big hit, and he's spinning. He's trying to catch it, but no, he's hit the wall. That's unfortunate. All right.
Drama on Indy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Pascal Khalida is up next. This will be Pascal's second attempt to qualify. And we currently have exactly 15 minutes left in this session. 15 minutes. It is now 12 midnight in CET time.
How much more speed did Pascal have to find?
Pascal's was at 208 for his qualifying speed, so it is conceivable that he could bump his way in. We'll see. Coming around now. Coming around now in turn 4. This will be his first timed lap in this run. Let's see what he can put up. .43028. And the speed average 209.166. Not quite quick enough, but if he picks it up a bit, maybe. Looks like he's pushing. Into turn 3, just above the line.
He did not lift it this time.
Yeah, he's pushing for everything he can.
Yep.
And that's what happens when in the bumpage. Lap 2 complete. 43.179, so a little slower. He needs to go the other direction. .799 being averaged right now, so he needs to pick it up. Otherwise, he's not going to get in. Needs more speed. Coming out of turn 4. This is going to be critical. Oh, this is his best lap. 42.933. That brings his average up to 209.075. He's got to just dig deep now and pull out a lap that just is scintillating if he's going to get into the field. Turn 4, let's see. White knuckling it to the line. What has he got? 42.812. And that brings his average to 209.360. So that's not fast enough. Mick Chapman is safe for the moment.
Looks like Pascal lost it on the second lap. Most time.
Yeah. It was a good run. It just not quite there.
Yep.
All right, so next is Claudio Gusto with his second attempt. After this, we're going to start getting into final attempts.
Maybe why he's so slow on his first lap. He isn't going quick enough to get any heat into the tires.
He's trying to milk the clock, is what he's doing.
He did it on his first run as well, so I'm not sure if it is.
Well, maybe not. But that's one of the tactics Rich Vogler used in 1988. He milked the clock on his warm-up laps. He drove incredibly slow. I'm sure that John Cock was very happy with that. Claudio is now on his run. This is attempt number 2 for him. After this, we've got final attempts for Bruno Coxon, Mikael Janek, and Jonatan Acerclinth.
Get all 3 in.
Nine minutes. And counting. Lap number 1, 43.089.
Going very wide there. Oh!
208.870 miles per hour. Not fast enough. He's going to have to find speed somewhere.
Taking a lot of risk in his lap.
Well, at this point, that's what you got to do. 42.920. That brings his average up to 209.280. So he's heading in the right direction. The bubble speed is 209.559. So he's getting there. He just needs to dig a little deeper.
He had to lift in 3.
He's notching the wall.
$43.082. So, yeah, that drops his average down to 209.154. So unless he can really put together an amazing lap here. Oh,
Yep.
he hits the wall.
Yep.
But he's going to
That's
continue
using
on.
all the track and a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. So this run...
Oh, he lost it.
His rear suspension went when he hit the wall the first time.
Yeah, he's going to call off the run.
Very exciting to see people on the limit like that.
Well, we figured that's what we were going to see.
Yeah.
I mean, these cars, these older cars, are really hard to drive on the limit.
I tried some test runs with the 86 March, and it's like a death trap for me.
Yes, you and a lot of other people. All right,
Yep.
so next up is Bruno Chacon. This is his last qualifying attempt, and he is a real threat to bump Mick Chapman from the field. This is his last shot, and this is the March Buick. So this should be interesting because we know that this car is capable of being in the field. We know it is. We've seen it run speeds
User in your channel timed out.
in excess of what are needed. So I'll run through the grid right now while he's getting up to speed for our viewers. Row 1, Michael Drexler, Jari Brupacker and Alberto Banez. Row 2, David Saber, David Jaques, and Alan Forrester. Row 3, Jason Fitch, Dana Scherer, and Jacob Fredrickson. Row 4, Jason White, Raymond Radal, and Peter Blom. Row 5, Martin Lacina, David Yunt, and Raleigh Areb. Row 6, Grant Radal, Steve Parker, Rob Swindells. Row 7, Adam Hackman, Richard Coxon, Juha Boss. Row 8, Richard Wilkes, Bob Halata, and Peter Hlavik. Row 9, Pascal Mikola, Yves Placé, and Lee Simpson. Row 10, Jan Kowalski, Matthew Hull, and Philippe Enrique. And on row 11, Greg Delicella, Francois Remen, and Mick Chapman. Mick Chapman's speed is 209.559. That's the mark that Bruno Chacon has to eclipse. And here he comes with the end of his first lap. What has he got? 42.440.
Good enough, I believe, if he carries on.
It is more than good enough. 212.064 miles per hour. That is more than good enough to get into the field.
He lost a lot of speed in the first corner.
So now, should Mick be bumped, he does want to run again if it's time.
Well, we got 4
It's
minutes.
a tall order.
4 minutes. Tell him to get in here.
He's already in. He's waiting.
All right. Bruno Chacon.
Looks like Bruno's just taking it easy. He's giving himself lots of cushion. He knows that he just needs to get this run in.
Exactly. Second lap speed.
As a competitor in an older car, this is really frustrating to watch him being able to do that.
So is this the end of lap 2?
Lap 3
is ending lap 3.
Because I only have one.
Yeah, it's a timing bug.
It's a timing bug. So his first lap was 40.40.
42.440, yeah.
4.40. Second lap was 42.
42.447.
Okay.
And then third lap 42.578.
Thank you.
He's lifting a lot in the third corner.
Well, he can afford to. He's averaging 211. He's in the field. He just needs to bring it to the line.
He is in the field.
Mm-hmm. $42,752. Okay.
Good news for Buick.
Yes, good news for Buick. All 4 Buicks are in the field. Miguel Yannick's final attempt now. He better get going because we've got 3 minutes.
Already on his way.
He's already on his way. Good. Now, the way that the rules work, once, and I'm going to call up my, I'm going to look at the, I'm using my cell phone as the timing mechanism here.
I believe, unless he crashes, this will be the last run of the day, looking at the time.
It could be, yeah. Is it 15 minutes after the hour? As soon as the alarm goes off, I'm going to be firing the gun. You guys won't hear it in the broadcast booth, but it'll be heard on the broadcast itself.
Come on, Michael.
All right. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. I'm thinking this will be the last run of the session.
Assuming he finishes it.
Assuming he finishes it, yeah. One minute to go.
Going flat out there.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good.
All right. Let's watch for his first lap speed to come across the chart. 43.236. .208.15 or 160, so not fast enough.
Needs a miracle now.
He does need a miracle at this point.
Who's on the bubble now? Remen?
And there it is. The session is over. So this is the last run of the day officially.
Going faster now. 43.084.
.526 is the average. So it's been an exciting day. Thank you to everybody.
Quicker.
He's quicker now.
Yep.
What has he got? 42.898.
It's impressive with his car.
Yeah, but he's going to have to really pick it up.
Yep.
Here he comes. Final lap of this session. Coming to the line. 42.907.
Not enough, I don't think.
No, it is not enough, unfortunately. Well, no, it is not enough, unfortunately. All right, so that concludes this time trial session. We have our grid of 33. I'm going to read off the grid real quickly here for everybody, and I will include the I will include the alternates that we have. So I'm going to resort the list here, and here is the qualifying order as it stands now for Row 1, Michael Drexler, Jari Brubacher, and Alberto Ibanez, an all-Penske front row. Row 2, David Saber, David Jaques, and Alan Forrester. Row 3, Jason Fitch, Dana Schurer, and Jakob Fredriksson. Row 4, Jason White, Raymond Rudall, and Peter Blom. Row 5, Martin Lucena, David Yund, and Rally Areb. Row 6, Grant Rudall, Steve Parker, Rob Swindells. Row 7, Adam Hackman, Richard Coxon, and Juha Boss. Row 8, Richard Wilkes, Bob Holada, Peter Hlavik. Row 9 is Pascal Mikola, Yves Placé, and Bruno Chacon. Row 10, Lee Simpson, Jan Kowalski, Matthew Hull, and row 11, Philippe Enrique, Greg Delacella, and Francois Remen. There are three cars that are alternates, and they are Mick Chapman, Jason Whited, and Pascal Khalid, based on speed. So there's your grid. I want to thank Jonatan Acerclinth and David Jaques and Richard Coxon for their assistance today. This is a Herculean effort to put on, and everybody did fantastic work. I wish I could stay a little longer and chat, but I have to go out the door and end the broadcast because I have a dinner appointment. So for Richard Coxon, David Jaques, Jonatan Acerclinth, and everybody else, this is Jason White saying so long from Indianapolis. We will see you in 1 week for the 500-mile race. Bye, everyone.